Доброго всім ранку. Good morning. Я всіх запрошую вже зайняти місця в залі. Нам треба починати наш захід. I'm welcoming everyone to take seats, make yourself comfortable, and we are about to start our conference.
Dear colleagues, distinguished guests, Your Excellencies, dear friends, so I'm very happy to reopen the conference, Nordic Support to Ukraine's European Future. My name is Alina Zubkovich. I'm Academic Director here at KSC and also Chairperson of Nordic Ukraine Forum. That's an advocacy organization based in Sweden. So when the idea of the conference came, I was extremely happy because being in Sweden, I know how Nordic adore Ukraine, how special Ukraine is now for Nordic countries, for Sweden, for Norway, for Denmark, for everyone there. And if you come to these countries and say that you're Ukrainian or part of the military, I mean, you will have very special feeling. It's true. So I wanted very much to bring this feeling here to Ukraine so that also more Ukrainians know how Nordic region is supporting Ukraine and think that it is a very strong partner. And so we will have a lot of talks today, very important talks. And first of all, thank you so much, dear guests, for finding time for arriving to the conference. My pleasure is to invite Ms. Alexandra Husak, Director General of the Directorate for European and Euro-Atlantic Integration of the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine. Dear Alexandra, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you. Dear guests, Your Excellencies, dear friends, thank you for the opportunity to join this event in the Kyiv School of Economics, who provides not only quality education, but now, as I see, is building marvelous communities, including the one on the European integration as well. On behalf of the Ministry of Education and Science, please accept my greetings on the opening of this conference on Nordic support to Ukraine's European future, joint efforts for recovery and integration, dedicated to true cooperation and true friendship between Ukraine and Nordic countries. Every Nordic country is our real friend, and Ukrainian education and science has long-standing cooperation, which only have strengthened in the context of our European path. I will give just a few examples. It is support from Finnish friends to the reform of the school education. It's the project for democratic citizenship supported by a Swedish institute. It's calls for Ukrainian researchers supported by Research Council of Norway. It's joint projects under Erasmus and Horizon Europe with colleagues from Iceland, and it's long-standing support from Danish colleagues, which only have strengthened during the current EU-Danish presidency. So I'm sure that this event is not only about cooperation and discussing common challenges and finding solutions, and it's also a place to meet good friends and reliable partners. So that I wishing everyone very productive day and the opportunity to meet new friends and old friends, and to support this long-standing cooperation between Ukraine and Nordic countries.
Thank you very much, Pani Alexandra. Now it's my pleasure to invite the very great guy and the rector of Kyiv School of Economics, Timothy Brick.
The first part of introduction was better. I'm happy just to be a great guy. But yeah, it happens that I also work here. I work here as a rector of university, and it is my honor to welcome you and welcome everyone here. I won't take a lot of your time because I will moderate a panel soon, and I will say a lot about our friendship with Nordic countries, our projects, and how grateful we are. I just want to say now a few words as a sociologist. I study Ukrainian society, and from many data sources and academic papers, we know that an average profile of a Ukrainian person is quite similar to the average profile of a typical post-communist Eastern European society in terms of trust to government or economic participation. But whenever we look into a profile of a Ukrainian who participates in Euromaidan revolution, or participates in volunteering, or participates in entrepreneurship in business, a typical profile of this small subsample is very simple, similar to a profile of a typical Nordic person. So I think we have some similarities here, and that's actually our job in this university. We work with talent, with talented students, with youth, and it's our job to elevate them, to give them knowledge about Europe, about democracy, about entrepreneurship, about values that are important in European Union. And we raise talent, we elevate talent, and we hope that they will make Ukraine a better place. And again, thank you for being here. And if you had time to walk around, probably you've seen a lot of faces, students that actually study, that they're smiling, professors who are committed to their studies, people who come here on campus, to do differential equations during the war, All these people are here and they're happy because of your support. So thank you so much for this. And a few words about logistics. It is my job to tell you that in case of an alarm, of air alert, we'll proceed downstairs to the shelter, and our staff will help you to move there, and we will resume the conference. Well, with that, thank you, and I wish you a good day of a conference, and please come to KC again, and let's be friends and hang out. Okay, cheers.
Thank you, Dr. Brick. Now, my pleasure to invite Konstantin Kirichenko, the Vice Rector for the International Cooperation.
I'm a Vice Rector, so I try to be like Rector. I also try to be a great guy. But not always it happens to me. So first of all, you are very welcome. I welcome our esteemed guests and your excellencies and high representatives of diplomatic missions. We have rectors and of our partner institutions and vice rectors. We have wider academic community, representatives of non-governmental sector and governmental sector. So we're all together, and I think we are united by one very important objective, is to support each other in these challengeful times. And I think this is something that brings us to very purposeful, very pragmatic thinking. and being at the same time very creative in finding the solutions. Being responsible for international cooperation, I deal with partnerships, I deal with mobility programs, and I deal with international projects. And you know, I think the core of my work and the core of really resilient academic cooperation is long-standing and productive partnerships. So I wish that we broaden our network today, that we strengthen the links that we have, and everything we are doing, and thanks to our partners from Nordic countries, and I must say that we have more than 10 long-standing partnerships with universities in Denmark, in Sweden, in Norway, in Finland, with whom we are implementing programs of academic exchange, with whom we are working on very impactful research projects funded by EU, like Horizon Europe, funded by national foundations like SIDA in Sweden. And this impacts the lives and careers of our students and our faculty. And I think one of the biggest missions that we have here at KSC is to preserve talents. We want young, talented people remain in Ukraine, develop here, and contribute to Ukraine's resilience and future recovery. And together, when we join our efforts, this becomes a success with very important individual stories of our students, of our staff members. And this is the mission that our university has. We want to be international. We want to provide more of opportunities here in Ukraine. We do that on campus like today. Our students were free to visit us and see important guests, see successful people, and make their own success stories. And also we send them out to our partner institutions, and we are happy to develop these programs in the future. So thank you very much for attending the conference, and I'm sure that this will be a platform for our further productive and mutually beneficial cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Konstantin. Well, and before we start, I would like to rethink us about the beginning of full-scale invasion, when it became clear that Russians start the genocidal war, brutal, bloody war, and there were thousands of people all around the globe that understood that they cannot have their ordinary life. And they made their existential choice. Many of them came to Ukraine to become part of the collective spirit that is for freedom and for truth. And some of them will never return home, as they have given their lives for protecting Ukraine. These people that you see now on the photo, they are volunteers coming from the Nordic countries, and it is Kasper from Finland, Ville from Finland, Oskar from Denmark, Stian from Norway, Edvard from Sweden, and unfortunately it's not the full list. But we care about every single soul that has died in Ukraine for our collective spirit. Even this night, when I was checking the list of people who have died, I've learned that there is one more person from Ukraine, Nico. I didn't know about him before, and this is very special. I'm very grateful for this bright people that came to Ukraine. So now I would like to tell you about one of the guys, about Edvard Selander. The next slide, please. Edvard Selander was a Swedish guy from Uppsala who came at the beginning of full-scale invasion to Ukraine. He had a military background and had very good, decent life in Sweden, but he came here. He became part of the so-called Swedish brigade, and he was fighting. And, well, he will forever stay in Ukraine. So in the summer of 2022, he has died. Now, I'm very grateful to his mom, Britta Selander, who found courage to record a video about Edvard, and I would like to so share it with you.
First of all, thank you to Nordic Ukraine Forum and Alina for the invitation to participate today. Unfortunately, we were unable to be present in Kyiv this time, but hopefully there will be more opportunities for my husband and me to visit Kyiv. My name is Britta Selander, and I'm the mother of Edvard Selander. A question I've been asked a lot lately is, why did Edvard go to Ukraine? Or could you not talk him out of going to a war he did not have to take part in? One answer to that is, of course we try to talk him out of it. No mother and father want their child to go to war. As a parent, it is your instinct to protect your child and to keep them as far away as possible from anything that could be of any danger. But the answer is also, Edvard didn't just want to go to Ukraine. He had to go. For him, this was a calling. And he knew with certainty that he would be able to make a difference. He was through his education and through his experience as an officer, educator and instructor in the Swedish Army as prepared as one can be for this situation. In Edvard's own words, when the neighbor's house is on fire, one offers assistance, and if not I, then who? Early in the morning, the 24th of April, 2022, and exactly 2 months after the full-scale invasion, Edvard left our town, Uppsala, in Sweden, for Ukraine. The weeks and months that followed, we experienced something that we unfortunately share with a lot of you here today. The sleepless nights, the agonizing waiting for a text or a phone call that would say, I am safe, I am okay. The constant worrying and anxiety that follows you like a shadow everywhere you go and in everything you do. On July the 18th, 2022, that anxiety gave way to a profound, bottomless grief when we received the news that Edvard, together with 3 other soldiers, had fallen that same morning. This too is an experience that we unfortunately share with a lot of Ukrainian families. The whole world have over the past few years become aware of the tremendous courage, strength and resilience of the Ukrainian people. We, as the family of Edvard, have, in addition to that, also got to experience an abundance of warmth, appreciation and care from every Ukrainian we've had the privilege to meet so far. Thank you. Edvard served with courage and gave everything he had. For that, he was graciously decorated with the Order of Courage by President Zelensky. Though Edvard is gone, his honor, his love, and his sacrifice live on in us forever. To the world, he was one of many, but to us, he was all the world. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
So, thank you very much, Britta. If you are watching us now online, we are all very grateful for the courage of speaking today and also for your son. Very brave young man. Now I would like to invite you to pay tribute and gratitude to all the fallen volunteer soldiers that have given their lives for Ukraine with a moment of silence. Thank you. For all the volunteers, for all the fallen soldiers, for everyone, we need to continue. We need to have our future. We need to have successful, independent Ukraine. And for this, we need to continue our struggle. And we need to talk about how to make this future possible. So now, my honor to invite Timothy to moderate the first panel.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this very important and touching emotional moment. And indeed, in order to, to go through these difficult times, we have to think about partnerships and partners who are helping us to get through it. And I believe that together we can, not only we can survive, but we can also rebuild the world and make it better. I will start with a brief presentation about our collaboration with Nordic countries. And I mean, when I say our, I mean specifically our university, but also our country and the government and the nation. And then after my brief presentation, we will continue with a panel discussion, and I will invite the speakers. So this place, Kyiv School of Economics, is not just a university. It has many other departments and organizations. One of them is KC Institute, which is a research think tank, which is also supported by the Nordic governments. And they have done quite a lot of analytics. And they also analyzed and calculated the amount of support to Ukraine from different countries, including the Nordic countries. And you can see on this slide that Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Norway, Sweden, they have provided a lot of support in terms of billions of euro, from 3 billion of euro to 10 billion of euro, which is enormous number. It is a huge figure. And when you put it in percentage to GDP of the respective countries, you see that the variation is from 1.3 to 2.9, which is also quite impressive. If you study economics, you know that some countries do not spend such share of GDP even to support healthcare of education, which is crucial. So I think it is a testament to the commitment of these countries, and obviously we are quite grateful to their taxpayers who, and a general political climate. It is a very rare situation when society is so united and taxpayers are united, and they allow governments to spend this much money not on their own social benefits, but on foreign support, and we should acknowledge it. Also, in terms of bilateral allocations, specific cooperations between governments, in terms of military, education, energy, whatnots, also Nordic countries stand as leaders in such support among all other nations in the world. So you might break down this support in specific areas, and we know that Nordic countries not only support Ukraine in military, which is quite important. We also know that in current political and social environment, it is not very common to be so open in supporting military actions globally, but I think there is a wisdom in it, because we understand that military support is also a part of global security, and Nordic countries leading this effort in supporting global security around the world. But on top of that, these societies have also provided lots of billions of euros to support humanitarian aid in Ukraine. So we know that many displaced people are supported by them. We know that local municipalities, specific hospitals, and specific kindergartens and schools are supported. So in terms of cooperation here at Kyiv School of Economics, I have to say that we are also quite honored, and we are very lucky to be partners with Nordic countries even before the invasion. but during the invasion, this support and cooperation has increased significantly. And I want to say a few words and to celebrate the emergence of Swedish Center for European Future. This center was supported by Swedish government in 2025, specifically with the support of Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The goal of this center, which was created in Kyiv School of Economics, is to provide coherent analytics, policy advice, and academic research on topics related to European future. And you can understand European future broadly, from the future of democracy to the future of stable economic relationships. So that's why KC Institute is working on many topics, from analytical to policy, in supporting negotiation clusters specifically, but also addressing issues of recovery or agricultural trade. So it's a very broad set of activities, but they are all united by this umbrella of European future. And university is also supported, first of all, by allocating significant resources to hire high-level faculty who are academics and who can conduct research and publish in international journals to move the needle a bit about the discussion of the future of Europe and the future of democracy. And again, you can understand it broadly. Some of these professors are historians, and they have to understand history of democracy or history of relationship between Ukraine and Europe. Some of these professors are psychologists, because, as you know, during the war, the issue of trauma is significant, and we need to understand how to work with society, how can we all go through this trauma. And some of these scholars are sociologists or economists, and their goal is to understand Ukraine as is and Ukrainian future in Europe. So this center was kicked off in the summer of 2025, and some professors and researchers are present here, and you can meet them and talk to them. I think there was an alarm. We need to double check it. Is it світло? Oh, thanks God. Sorry, the same message, the same sound we receive whenever we have a missile attack or electrical outage. So that's why it triggers me. I'm sorry, whenever I hear this sound, it triggers me. Okay. We have also developed relationships and partnerships with other Nordic countries, and here I want to say our gratitude to the government of Denmark, which supported the Center for Geoeconomics and Resilience in Ukraine. And it is also a significant joint effort, not only to understand the current economic and security situation, but this center is also very proactive in targeting Russian sanctions, understanding how to identify shadow fleet activities and shut them down. There are other issues that this center is working on, because as I mentioned in my previous slides, the idea of global security and global economic development is vast, and we have to understand trade regimes and sanction regimes all over the world, and this center will be working on that. We will also have a representation in Copenhagen, so this center will have an office over there, so we will have more intensive cooperation. And I think it's fantastic. I think it's fantastic that Nordic countries are very strategic in investing in capacity. So they're building up offices here in Kyiv or in Sweden and in Denmark, so we have long-term relationship. We invest in academic research, but this academic research also transfers in policy research and specific actions in targeting sanctions. So this is a very respectful endeavor, and it is a practice which other countries should follow. I say a few words about my department, which is university. You know, I'm responsible for education and for academic development. And we work together with all the countries on specific projects. Sometimes we have student mobility, sometimes we apply to Horizon projects. I will highlight a few most recent projects that we are working on. For instance, with, and I will speak about it on the next slides, with the support of Norway, we are running a very large-scale survey, which is considered to be one of the best golden standards of surveys in Europe. With Sweden, we have a very long-term partnerships with Stockholm School of Economics, but also Södertörn University and other universities, and I will speak about specific projects on the next slide. And with Denmark, we have developed these new partnerships with Technical University of Denmark, Aalborg University, and University of Southern Denmark. Together, we're building new undergraduate program in engineering, because engineering now is a backbone of our security, but also the future of Ukrainian economy. And we are already building some plans for student mobility and joint curriculum. So this is an example of some projects that we are working on together. So we have partnerships with Finnish universities, with Danish University, Roskilde University. We participate in this project about European values. And actually there are, I think, it's a consortium of more than 20 countries working together on harmonizing and understanding how our societies understand Europe, the concept of European Union, and how can we advance our societies to be more proactive in joining Europe. With Sweden, we have multiple projects, but here we'll highlight one that we're working on with Södertörn University and Stockholm Institute of Transitional Economics, which is a part of Stockholm School of Economics. And we work there on 4 different pillars, trying to understand how our agriculture, procurement has changed, but also we study specifically local communities and their relationship with security and democracy. And as I mentioned, European Social Survey now is supported by University of Bergen and by Norwegian taxpayers. So this is a survey which happens in all European countries, more than 30 countries, at the same time, using the same methodology, samples and questionnaires, so we can understand comparatively how our societies vary or similar in different respects. It is one of the golden standards of international sociology, and due to the University of Bergen, we are able to conduct this survey here in Ukraine. So it's a huge, huge support. Yeah, I invite you to use this opportunity, this forum, as also a platform for network and discussions for future collaborations. There are many ways in which we can collaborate as nations, but also as university to university or even business partners. And I know that this event united also people from business, from government, from academia. So please discuss these issues and potential partnerships during the coffee break. We can talk about cooperation at the level of ministries of economy. We need to understand the reasons or the obstacles for our growth and how we can improve it, trade cooperation, and in terms of partnerships with our university, we are keen to invest more into understanding Ukraine's future in European Union, understanding our public policies, also how can we be helpful in promoting student mobility and exchange, because it's very important not only for high academic standards, but also for cultural cooperation and exchange. So with that, I will end my presentation, and I will invite speakers to discuss these items in detail. Let me just take my moderator chair, and I will invite speakers one by one, and we will resume with the conversation. Right? So we can breathe. A small transition. So, all right, so it is my honor to invite our esteemed guest, and I will start with Ambassador Extraordinary of Denmark to Ukraine, Thomas Lund Sørensen, who is, yeah, please applaud. He is a very experienced diplomat who worked for Foreign Service and the Defense Intelligence Service. He was responsible in 2006 for the organization, coordination, and execution of the successful evacuation of Danish citizens out of Lebanon. He also served in Jordan, and in 2011, during the civil war, he was working in Benghazi, Libya. So it speaks to his experience and understanding of threats and military action. And we are very grateful for your courage to be in Ukraine also during the war. And we hope that your experience and wisdom will help to build stronger partnerships between our countries. So thank you so much for being here. I will invite other speakers now. We also have an honor to host Elsa Hastad. She's a deputy head of mission, and she has an enormous experience of working in East Europe, but also Balkans and other regions. She is an expert. She's an expert on issues of human rights, democracy, and environment, which are quite significant now in Ukraine. And as I learned maybe 30 minutes ago, her great-grandfather was born in Dnipro, which is also makes us a bit closer on some emotional level. So thank you for sharing this part of your biography. And finally, I want to invite Vegard Garum Stensrud. He's a senior advisor at Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Prior joining to the embassy in Kyiv, he worked as first secretary at the Norwegian embassy in Warsaw. And before that, he also worked in Baku and Astana, which speaks to his experience and knowledge of region. So please join us. Again, thank you for being with us. It's a huge honor to have all of you on this panel. And I'll just ask a few questions in general about the Nordic support, but then we'll discuss in more details issues related to European Union and maybe some cultural similarities and differences between our countries. But first off, I wanted to ask the same questions to all of you. And I think that this question you've heard frequently, but still, it's something which is very crucial for us in Ukraine. We want to, build more partnerships with Nordic countries. We want to understand you better. And I always want to ask this sincere question, like, why? Why your countries are so keen to invest in Ukraine and support Ukraine, even before the invasion, but especially now? We know from all the statistics that your support stands out. And even in difficult political moment, you take this leadership and you're not afraid of talking about humanitarian, but also military support. It's quite rare and it's unique. And maybe my question is not very diplomatic. I don't know if you can even speak about it because maybe it's a political question, but yeah, why? Why is that? And I will ask you to answer to the same question. I'll share we have microphones, yes.
So, who do you want to start?
Well, let's start with you. Yes.
Excellent, thank you. I would say your question is very related to diplomacy because it is about relations. Diplomacy is about relations, and it is about creating relation between countries, and it is about peace, stability. And I would say that our engagement for Ukraine is really about friendship and long-term commitment. I was very, very young when I was the first desk officer for Ukraine. It was my first work for development and with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And already then we had some years of relations. Sweden was one of the first countries to acknowledge the independence of Ukraine, to open up our embassy, and to start bilateral program. And I think the basis is we feel close. We have history, we have geography, we have relations, and that is the basis for our commitment. We are close. What happens here matters to us, and we have an enormous amount of civil society engagement, people engagement, political engagement, culture, literature, music, clothes, culture. That is the basis for our engagement.
All right, thank you. So, culture and friendship. Okay, please.
Well, if you allow me, I would maybe be a little less diplomatic and more direct. I'm an economist by training. So the reason that we are so active in this country is because it's a good investment. You are fighting a war that we would have to fight later on if the Russians are not stopped. And it's much better to spend the money now than to spend much more money later on. And of course, you all know that we are all increasing our military budgets very substantially as an insurance policy against the Russians. But now, unfortunately, you were the one that was attacked criminally by the Russians, and you have to fight, and we have to support it because it's a good investment for us. And then, of course, we have all the other issues. We were also engaged in Ukraine before the war, but to a much lesser extent. But after the full-scale invasion in 22, well, this was our call, and it's our fight together, and that's why we are spending and supporting so much to you. And just since we now had the numbers on the screen early on, as you looked, it's quite an important element from all the Nordic countries, between 1% and 3% of our GDP so far. But that's actually also a symbol of a problem. Because when you look at other countries, much bigger countries, they are like 0.2, 0.3% of their GDP in support to Ukraine. So in all honesty, I would like to see our level go down from 0.3 to 0.6, which would make a huge difference in Ukraine.
Absolutely, yeah, thank you so much. So diplomacy, investments, and...
Thank you. I agree very much with what the colleagues just said, but I think the short answer to your question is twofold. A, it's the right thing to do from a moral point of view. Russia's full-scale attack is a blatant violation of international law, the UN Charter, and basic principles that protect peace in Europe. And two, it's in our interest to do so. Norway is a small country that depends on these principles, and when they are broken in Ukraine, they are threatened everywhere. So for the same reasons as the ambassador mentioned, it's also very much in our interest to keep our support for Ukraine at the present level.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to follow up on something that His Excellency mentioned. You said that this is... Thomas. All right, Thomas. Thank you. So, Thomas, you said that it is an investment. And, you understand it. Maybe other economists understand it. Maybe some politicians understand it. But we also know from experience that it's very difficult to engage population and societies at all to support some large-scale programs. Also, societies are not always united around what is morally accepted, what is a moral priority, what is not. So it's very difficult to engage societies for such projects for a long term. So perhaps politicians understand it, but maybe not everyone understands it. So my question is, what is your recipe to convince, maybe to sell it to this idea to society, and to make sure that the governments and the nations, they are together in this long-term support? And because I think that's also speaks to your point that other countries don't do it. Maybe other countries don't do it because they are afraid of losing popularity among the voters. Yeah? So what is your reflection, and how would you think about it, that how to unite various stakeholders around this issue? And yeah, maybe we can start with you, and then others can join.
Well, thank you. That's a very big question that you're putting to us here. Well, talking from the Danish perspective, I think that the whole moral issue is very important for the popular vote. It was obvious what was happening on the 24th of February 22. It gained immediately a lot of support from a Danish population, but it was also certainly enhanced by a very, very strong and uniform political agreement about how we should react to this. There was absolutely no dissent across the whole political scale, and we have a very variety of parties, 8-10 parties in parliament, but they all agreed on this to be something that we had to do, something that we needed to do, And I also think that actually people understood very clearly that being, among one of the countries that are close to Russia, that it was something that very soon could risk to be a direct issue, a direct threat for ourselves. But then, of course, there's also the other thing, and that's maybe something where we can discuss that later on when it comes to Ukraine. But we were also in that very positive situation, and I guess it goes for most of the Nordic countries, but not necessarily for the southern part of Europe, was that our financial situation is very positive. A huge surplus on the national budget, able to finance what we're doing here, able to finance our military engagement, our military investment out of the budget without having to increase taxes or do other things. And that, of course, is a very, very positive situation to be in. And of course, you have to understand that other countries that are running budget deficits and so on and might have issues with that might not be able to provide sufficiently for their population. They are in a different and more complicated political situation. So luckily, we were and we still are actually in a very solid economic situation, which relatively makes it a little bit easier to take those decisions that we have taken so far.
I also want to add, and I think congratulations to you being the moderator. You have all perspectives here that you need, moral, economy, relation. But I would like to say that it's existential. For you, it's existential, but it's existential for us as well, because we have a agreed security order since the Second World War, and that is extremely important for all of us, being not so small countries, some smaller than others, but for us, the security order, it's existential for us as well. And now we're breaking this, and that puts all of us into risk. So, of course, it is about relation, it's our neighborhood, it's about solidarity, but it's also about the world as we know it. So if you can attack another country and you just put security order and international humanitarian law out of order, then what kind of world do we have then?
Thank you for your perspective, and Vegard.
Yeah, I think from the Norwegian perspective, we are also lucky in that support for Ukraine remains very broad. We recently had an election. All parties in parliament still support the aid packages. The 5 parties recently agreed on a national budget. They argued about absolutely everything except for continuing our support to Ukraine. And the polls show that this support is also very broad among the general population. But as you say, I mean, we need to keep working to maintain both political and public support, also against Russian attempts at disinformation. I don't have all the answer on how we do that, but I do think that keep telling stories that show clearly what our support contributes to and how important it is a key component of that.
Right, yeah, thank you. And to continue this conversation about morals, ethics, and economics, I also want to switch to the topic of European Union and EU integration. And I also think this panel has a variation because, well, Norway is not so much integrated with European Union like your countries, but still your partners. And I think, one can think about many versions of democracy and economic prosperity with or without European Union. With or without NATO. And here in Ukraine, we have our own political debates, but maybe you have your experience or ideas about the future of Ukraine and European Union. Is it tangible? What are the obstacles? Can you provide your reflections and experiences on the issue of integration? Yeah. And maybe we should start with Norway.
Right, let's start with a country that's not a EU member to answer that one. I mean, it's a bit ironic in a way that a non-EU member fully supports other countries, including Ukraine, and their ambitions in joining. But I think the reasons behind it is pretty clear. I mean, first of all, Norway is deeply connected to Europe, geographically, economically, politically. We participate in the internal market. We cooperate closely on security, energy, governance. And I think a stable, democratic, prosperous Ukraine strengthens Europe, and that is in Norway's interest as well. Second, I think EU membership is about anchoring a country in rule of law, transparency, democratic governance. And those are also values that we consistently support. And I think the Norwegian experience show that European integration, whether it's through full membership or close cooperation, creates predictability for business, investment, and social development. And that Ukraine's movement towards the EU will open doors for trade, investment, and opportunity. And that is something that Norway also would like to see happen.
Thomas?
Yes, it's always funny to be together with Norwegian colleagues because they're sort of informal members of the EU, but of course don't have any influence on the decision taking, but they respect all decisions. So that's also a way of becoming sort of member of the EU. For us, we have the Danish European presidency for the next, what would that be, 25 days and so. And
it's enough.
Yeah, well,
it's enough to make something.
Let's see about that. Let's see about that. We will know in 10 days' time. For us, it's a very high political goal to have Ukraine as an EU member. But what I would say, maybe a little less diplomatic, is that the travel of Ukraine towards that goal is even more important. With all the reforms that you need to undertake, be it economically, but certainly also politically and judicially, that is what's going to have a great and important impact on the Ukrainian society. So the end goal, of course, membership, but the travel to that membership is as important as it is. And then I think that we have not talked very much about what on the other side when Ukraine becomes member of the EU, because there's no doubt about that this will be a very big mouthful for the European Union to integrate. And one of the things that we learned from the previous rounds of enlargement, in particular with the Eastern European countries, that is that we are looking into very long transition period, means that you become member, but in some policy areas, for instance, in agriculture, there will probably be a quite substantial period of time where you will not sort of benefit from all the policies that regulates that specific area. And I think that it's very important for Ukraine not to make a big issue out of this, because it will be one of the very big political discussions that we are going to have when we are ready to take you into the fold of the EU memberships. But the travel towards that goal is very, very important for you.
Yeah, shall I comment from
please.
A Swedish perspective? Well, firstly, it's a long journey. It takes 9 years on average if you have like no problem whatsoever with your accession process. And everyone has, I mean, also Sweden had. So it's a long journey, and Sweden, we've been thinking a lot, how can we support Ukraine on this journey? So we do different things. We are active in 28 out of 35 chapters of the Acquis, and that's everything. It's technical assistance, it's everything from fishery, chapter 14 to chapter 23, human rights, with the Wallenberg Institute preparing Ukraine experts for negotiation. But then we also have this high-level advisory board created by actually all of us here, but also the Baltic countries. It's a Nordic-Baltic high-level advisory group. And that's an excellent idea because we thought, in addition to this technical support, let's also offer the best we have. So we asked every country to nominate like the best expert to be able to offer that to the Ukrainian government. So we have former commissioners, EU negotiators of Estonia who knows all the chapters by heart. So we combine very technical assistance with very high-level assistance. Not finally, but I also have another point. I want to say that we also need to prepare for all the things that we will get when Ukraine become an EU member, because it's actually a lot of things. And the same high-level advisory group put together 9 points. What will Europe receive? Well, we will receive a labor force, but we will also receive highly educated people, because on an average, Ukrainians, you are more educated in universities, percentage-wise, than we are the average in Europe. So we will actually get a higher educated group of people into the European Union. We need all of that. So we should also be, I think, looking forward to what we can get into the European Union.
Absolutely. Thank you for these quite candid and honest answers. So before I ask my following question, I want to encourage the audience to think about their own questions. We have students here. Maybe, there is a unique opportunity to ask something to this esteemed panel. And I want to have a segue. Well, I really enjoyed your answers because you had this realistic and a bit critical approach, that the path is important and it's a long path. And also, we don't know, there will be a lot of challenges even in the future. And in the spirit of this, realism and self-critical reflections, my question is about what should we take with with a bit pinch of salt. So here in Ukraine, even though I'm a young person, I've lived through some changes already. And whenever we try to reform Ukraine, whenever we try to open our minds or borders or economic zones, and whenever we build partnerships, we also know this experience that sometimes international approaches, they don't work immediately very well in Ukraine. That sometimes there are ideas that should be harmonized with local culture or local political environment. And basically, also, Stockholm School of Economics spent a lot of time studying that, why sometimes post-communist countries are not very efficient in their privatization or liberal reforms. So there is always a risk that we can think something without critical thinking. We just copy-paste things and they don't work in Ukraine well. So we want to avoid that. And it is a tricky question, but maybe you can think about kind of Nordic mythology, some myths that maybe we think that your experiences or advices or frameworks, they look great, but maybe they won't work immediately in Ukraine. Maybe there are some things that we should take into consideration now. I know that this is a tricky question, but it's a tricky panel and it's a tricky university. So yeah, what should be we critical of in starting our or not critical, but just smart about when we start our partnerships? And Thomas, maybe you can start with this difficult question and give your colleagues some time to think.
Yes, that's kind of you. Thank you very much. Well, I've only been in Ukraine for like 2.5 months, so my knowledge of the workings of institutions and society as such is not very big. You're absolutely right that it's not, even last minute, not a question about imposing something on top of you and ask you to be 100% in conformity with whatever EU philosophy we have. I think within the EU, going from the north to the south, there's a very large difference in perspectives, in way of doing things. Some countries were decentralized, like the Nordic, some much more centralized, like France. And you don't have to choose between one and the other. You can probably find your own way. What is important, of course, is that you live by the rule of law. and also implement, of course, all the regulations that are needed to be implemented. The other issue of how to adapt to is I think it's more like a cultural issue, actually. And nobody wants to enforce some kind of European culture upon you. You have to choose your own way of doing things, as long as you respect the rules. And that would be like a absolutely condition from the European side. One thing I have encountered quite substantially just being here for 2.5 months is bureaucracy. And I think that you probably need to do something about that. And some probably, well, you can choose to go the Southern European, Italian, Spanish way, or you can try to do like the Nordic way. And somehow I feel that the culture between, once again, limited experience, bad data, that from what I have met, you're very much similar to the way that we are thinking in the Nordic countries. Maybe due to your history, going back many, many years. But I think, of course, if I should advise you, I would say, please get inspired by the Nordic countries.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, once again, it's not really my place to talk too much about how the EU association process will work, but perhaps another example is the beginnings of Norwegian international development aid, where we had a lot of projects where people from Norway would travel the world in order to try and export the Nordic model and teach other countries to do things exactly how we do. And it doesn't work because local culture, tradition, history matters. And when it comes to the EU, I mean, like the ambassador said, there are some common rules, but also significant room to do things your own way. And I think part of the solution is for Ukraine to take ownership to those processes and not only, as you say, copy-paste some recommendation or some piece of legislation that's from other countries, but to actually think through, will this work for us? And if not, how can we make it work while still adhering to the common EU principles?
All right, thank you. Elsa.
Thank you. Development is about what you want to achieve, but also what you are able to achieve. And this change over time. I think that is extremely important. If we talk about EU, I mean, maybe you're not aware, but Sweden was very skeptical 30 years ago when we joined. We had 51%. I was young. I was also very skeptical. 51% were for, 49% were against. We didn't feel European at all. You know, Europe was France, Italy, drinking wine. You know, Sweden, we were up in the north drinking, you know, Absolut, vodka. You know, it was not for us. We were not part of Europe. But it changed. We became members of European Union, and we changed, and our perception changed. And now Sweden is one of the more EU-positive countries in EU. So what I'm trying to say is that, yes, you need to understand that this is something you want to do and that you're able to do, but it also changes over time. So give things some time.
Right, thank you. I really like this, again, candid and smart approach that we should follow some specific things like rule of law, but there is a room to adapt things in terms of culture and some specific behavior. Please, of course, we have some faculty members and some students who want to ask questions. So please introduce yourself and try to make a question, not a statement. And, yeah, all right.
Hi, my name is Nazara. I am the student of this great for you university. And thank you for your thoughts. And you say that Ukrainians are so educated than maybe some people in Europe. And how we, like students, can give the impact or maybe influence for Europe Union, maybe now or maybe in the future when we will be a member of this union. It's asked for everyone.
Sure. Okay, so what can students do and what is the role in the future of our integration?
Super quick, you will enrich us. I think you should use, when you are a member of European Union, and perhaps it will not be you, maybe someone else will be student, because I'm sure you will already be working by then. But if you're a student, I think you should take the opportunity to study in a European country, and you will enrich other European students with your own experience with being Ukrainian. And I also want to say that what you have, apart from this high level of education, you are a unique country because you have been fighting for the values of European Union. You've been fighting for European values of freedom of democracy, and you will be quite unique in Europe because not many students have that experience today.
Right. Thomas? Oh, if you want to take this question, of course.
Absolutely, I would love to. It would be, my answer will be a little bit different. Of course, you as a person, you're here at KSE, super international school. I was almost a little bit worried about all the different corporations that you have with universities. Maybe it's too much. You know, I was really a little bit concerned about it. But what I would say for you,
we don't sleep. So.
For young people. Sort of, I think that you used the words the post-Maidan generation. What you should do is to focus on changing things within Ukraine. You being students of this great institution, you have an obligation to influence and steer this country in a direction, of course with the EU enlargement and all these kinds of things, but also culturally, in a way that is a little bit more modernized and maybe getting rid of sort of the post-Sovietic culture that still is part of this country. That is your main challenge. Then you can go abroad when you're done with that.
So, Margaret?
Very quickly, I agree fully with colleagues. It's a good question, and I would also say to use the experience you get from here, from studying perhaps a year or two abroad, but to come back and use that experience here in order to influence Ukraine's path forward.
Thanks a lot.
All right, so I see a faculty member and then the business school member, so please.
Yeah, thank you very much. So my name is Dennis, I'm associate professor. And first of all, thank you very much for you and for your countries and for your nations, like our rector said. And I want to say thank you personally for being here in Ukraine. I'm your Facebook page subscriber. Thank you for this campaign. We are here, so I appreciate it a lot. And I already subscribe on other pages as well. So my question is, since I'm in cross-cultural field, so first of all, I thank you for military help. It's crucial for now. We need to survive. But I also want to ask you, how do you see our potential intercultural connections between your countries and Ukraine right now during the war? And the second part, sorry if I may say it, I truly enjoy this conference because I see bright, intelligent, smart, great people representing great cultures and nations. And my question is, how do you see, how can we spread this normality globally? Because Nordic countries are an amazing example of democracy, of human rights, of economical development, and so on. And I would love to live on a planet full of great ideas. So shouldn't we take leadership and spread these ideas globally? I believe you should. We should. Thank you very much.
All right, so who wants to take this question? Yeah. So culture and global.
No, but short comment about culture, and thank you for your comment about our social media. For those of you who are not following us, please follow us. No, but we have this hashtag, we are here, because I agree with you. I think it's also part of showing solidarity. We are here with you. culture. Since the war, and this is in one way unfortunate, but this is how it is, it's part of the strength also, but the interest for Ukrainian culture, heritage, history has grown enormously. We never had this amount of Ukrainian literature, poetry, exhibitions, exchange. We didn't have it before, but we have it now. So let's take good things with the bad, and this is a good thing. So we actually strengthen our relation enormously. And the interest that is growing in Sweden and the knowledge about Ukraine as a independent country, rich with culture, I think that is also the basis for the engagement and the interest. And it's a very good thing that we also try to promote.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was culture. So now for the other part. The Nordic model, as you mentioned, we have been trying to promote this for many, many years. We think we are very good. We think that everybody else should sort of adapt more or less to us. We are proud of being small, and that's why you should listen to us. Small, great nations. We have tried to do this within the United Nations, where it's a priority for all our 5 countries. We now have to see and watch all our institutions, if not crumbling, then being questioned very seriously. Not least to the fact that some superpowers are instrumentalizing those organizations for aims that we do not support in the same way as we did. So the Nordic model is a little bit under threat, in my opinion. And then, of course, there's also other things that we need to think. When we look at the Nordic countries, welfare states, we look at countries where we turn to our governments when we have problems and expect them to solve it. I had a talk with good Ukrainian friends, and the perspective he had on this, his family comes from small business owners. That was, as long as the government stays out of our business, we're happy. We do not count on any support for them. So I think this is a change of mentality that needs to be done if you want to follow the Nordic model. And it comes with a cost. It comes with very high taxation. And I think, pretty sure if you ask Ukrainians, would you pay like 50% of your salary in tax to government? You would be running, screaming away. Of course, if you expected your government to deliver services and, fair and just and without any funny money moving around, that would probably change the picture a little bit. But it comes with a cost, and it comes with a very strong government influence on things. And I think that we culturally are quite far from each other on that aspect for the time being.
Very good, if you wish.
Yeah, if I could go quickly back to culture and education and tell a partly personal story. When I was a young man in 2006 and started university, I started a program called Russian and Post-Soviet Studies. And that tells you pretty much about what the view of this part of the world was in Norway at that time. But like the Swedish colleague said, that is rapidly changing. There is a great interest for everything Ukrainian, from music to culture to language. And I'm very happy to see now that the University of Oslo has started teaching Ukrainian. So again, and also going back to the previous question, what students can do is to use that platform, which is one good thing that has come with all the horrible things this war has led to, which is the interest for Ukraine and all things Ukraine that we now see in our societies.
Yeah, thank you for your depth answers. And I think there was another question from a faculty member.
If I could?
Yeah.
Okay, my name is Oleg Zubchinok. I'm a representative of a business school. I'm academic director and teaching there. And recently, this Friday, I had a participation in conference of the corporate governments. And it was a really positive feedbacks about the Danish experiments and support for Nikolaev city. And overall, for the business, for the corporate governments, I mean, Nordic country is really famous for, so we can copy, we can implement. So the question is, can we scale and improve the support on this area? Because business is also important, and for our sustainability and development of the business, we really can copy this business experience. Thank you.
Who wants to talk about business? An economist, maybe.
Yes, no, corporate governance, very interesting issue, and it's correct that we are doing a lot with Mykolaiv. We have sort of taken Mykolaiv City, Mykolaiv Oblast, as our primary civilian partner in reconstructing in Ukraine, and 60% of our civilian funds goes to that particular area. And when we come with funds, we also expect those funds to be used in a efficient and transparent way. And that's why governance, corporate governance, governance in total is so important for us. And we certainly would like to see that expanded also to other areas. One thing with our sort of Mykolaiv model that was that we expected other countries to take up other regions and do the sort of more or less the same thing, of course, with their accents and their way of doing things. Unfortunately, that hasn't realized as much as I know. I think there's 1 or 2 cities that now are partnering up quite substantially with other European countries. But apart from that, we don't have seen this model replicated across Ukraine. Unfortunately, very much hope that will happen. What we try to do in a much lesser scale is to partner cities up with Danish cities. It's not so much a question of funding, it's more a question of exchanging knowledge and how to become an efficient city council, for instance, or efficient city administration. And very positively, we've seen quite a lot of response from Danish municipalities that want to enter into those twinning arrangements. Something that is not obvious because I've been working in with other countries, and it was very hard to get Danish municipalities to go into this kind of cooperation. But with Ukraine, and especially with Ukraine, it's much more easy to do that. So we are trying to do that, but we only have 98 municipalities, so it's a very limited resource we have. So we would certainly encourage other countries to do more or less of the same.
Super short, excellent question. Thank you. All questions have been excellent, sorry. Yes, we try to do much more when it comes to business cooperation with Ukraine. We have a business center, Business Sweden opened with 9 people working every day to try to stimulate this. We have 81 Swedish businesses in Ukraine. Before the war, we want to increase the number after the war. No one has left, though. We're trying to lowering the risk for Swedish businesses entering, so we have money allocated for that. We fund pre-studies, we work in energy. So we really, really want to increase the business cooperation because we think that is a part of EU accession, but it's also a part of reconstruction. So this is something that we pay much more attention to, and we combine development projects with private business. So like in healthcare, in cancer care, we combine education financed by development projects with Swedish business who are already active in this area. So we try to do as much as we can and much more than we used to do, perhaps.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, very quickly from my side as well, I agree fully with colleagues, and I think we all work along many of the same lines, both when it comes to promoting business cooperation and also work with local administrations in order to facilitate an environment that is business friendly.
Right. And I think, oh, wow, we have more people in the audience. So we have one gentleman and then the gentleman in the back. And so please go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Yaroslav. I'm legal and political advisor to Ukraine INP. And my question is about obstacles for cooperation between your countries and our countries in terms of cooperation between public state institutions and local governments. For example, I had some talks with some German local governments, and they told me that there is an obstacle of special education of Ukrainian authorities. They told that sometimes they experience lack of knowledge of English or German language, lack of special skills of international cooperation of our, especially local governments representatives, and their advice to strengthen our education of such people, provide them with special, for example, trainings. And what's your opinion about it? Thank you very much.
Yeah, and for the sake of time, I would ask the gentleman also to ask his question. So please, and you can answer to both of these questions. Yeah.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Vitaly. I'm advisor of the governor of the Kharkiv region. From one side, we know we met in the security briefing. From another side, we work very close with Mr. Ole before Mr. Thomas, you're coming. My question is, you came back from Libya. So the first question is, Kyiv Khali? Alhamdulillah. I came back from Libya to serve my country in the end of 2021. So my question is directed to you, Your Excellency. What are the differences in parallel between the war in Libya and Ukraine? Because one my leg is on the war from Kharkiv. The war will not stop. The war will not end. So very good intention that you ask to invest in Ukraine right now, because we have a very high risk and that is a more value. So parallel and difference. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Let's start with this question and then we can talk about education. Yeah.
Okay, I'll limit it to Libya. Well, Libya and Ukraine is hard to compare. Two aspects. One of concern, the other one is also of concern. First of all, Libya had a very inferior army. NATO went in with airstrikes only, and then that was the end of that. Here we have a superpower fighting Ukraine, and of course that's a very different concept. The second thing, and that's actually more my worry, is that when the fighting ended in Libya, most countries said, okay, bye-bye, see you later. And this is something we really need to make sure does not happen in Ukraine. I don't think so. We have invested much more heavily in Ukraine than we were in Libya. We have much more direct relationship than we had with Libya. But it's very important to, when the fighting stops, to avoid sort of a Ukraine fatigue in the Western world, in European countries. We will see some of it, I'm pretty sure. But most will depend on how you perform. If you perform positively, if you engage in reform, if you start eradicating corruption, then the fatigue will probably be less than otherwise. If you fall back into old habits, then it will be very difficult, including with the enlargement process. So, two important differences to Libya.
So perhaps you can speak to the issue of education and education of authorities.
Thank you. That is a very relevant question. And from the Norwegian side, we are also working to engage with local authority, both through municipalities, but also through the associations for municipalities. And like you say, there is a risk that these cooperation projects end up only applying to the larger European municipalities, like the cities who have English-speaking staff. So at least in our approach, the idea has been to engage also with the associations in order to strengthen them, and then for them to work with all of their members. And I think a second challenge is to identify kind of where does it make sense for, in our case, Norwegian municipalities and Ukrainian ones to engage? Where do they have the same responsibilities? Where do they work in the same way? Because the responsibilities of a Norwegian municipality might be quite different to Ukrainian ones. So to kind of do your research beforehand and see which countries does it make most sense to learn from in different areas.
I can be very short. EU integration is about the new capacities and new skills. I was talking to an expert who was working with Western Balkans, and he said that they had researched and they saw that EU integration benefits young people who knows languages. So yes, you need to scale up, you need to learn languages, you need to have that skill and that capacity to be able to also access the funds that you will be able to access when the process goes even further. So yes, you need those skills.
All right, so we have 5 minutes and we have 2 people who want to ask the questions. So please, 1 and 2. We'll take these 2 questions and we'll end with the panel. Of course, yes.
Hello, thank you. My name is Tatiana Nikitina. I'm BBC Media Action, the charitable wing of BBC. So first of all, it's a huge pleasure to see you all here in Ukraine, in Kyiv, in this wonderful building. So it's very promising. So thank you for your support on the institutional level and as well on the personal level. And my question is the continuation of the colleague's question about fatigue from Ukraine. Unfortunately, we all can see it. I remember all this media craziness about Ukraine in the beginning, then decrease, and then some waves, but unfortunately not because of some victories, but because of some bad news. And my question is how to switch from this, let's say, bad well-knowing to more institutional cooperation, and what kind of messages, from your point of view, could be important for Ukraine to send to support this anti-Ukraine fatigue? And in general, what kind of actions do you see actionable and important for Ukraine to take to eliminate this Ukraine fatigue and increase more stable level of interest, but more on the long-lasting way? Thank you.
All right, and we'll take the second question for the sake of time, please.
Yeah, thank you for the very sincere discussion. It's really it's very interesting. And my name is Lilia Honjarevich, and I'm the chair of the Ukrainian analog of the Arendalsuka, Folkemöte, and the and Almadal Sveka Capacity Democracy Week. We are very interested in your how do you build and how do you create this institutional trust between the society, business, academia that really helps. I have seen it very clearly after my 8 years in Sweden and 4 years in Norway in our Ukrainian embassy there. So what would you recommend how we could do it even more better here, the institutional trust, and what other elements that we could integrate from the Nordic model to Ukraine? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Elsa, please.
Quick answers. Hello, thank you for the questions. Institutional trust. I think we need to give it many years of cooperation. My experience is that cooperation needs at least 9 years. 3 years to get to know each other, 3 years to do the real work, and 3 years to say goodbye. So you really need time. It is about time. And then, of course, it is about funding and engagement, but it's also about time, because trust is created over time. And what we see now in Sweden is that we have institutions, as I said, 28 corporations, 28 chapters. That is institutions behind those. Statistical, fishery, environment. And I think another key ingredients to create trust, apart from time and money, is colleagues working side by side, peer-to-peer cooperation. We know that this is extremely effective. This is one of our best projects that we had with the Baltic countries when they became EU members. It was to create cooperation between colleagues, police to police, judge to judge, twinning cooperation, because those relations we could also benefit from when they became members of the European Union. So this is something we believe and hope will happen now between Ukraine and Sweden. So bilateral cooperation creates trust. Very short action institutions in order not to have this fatigue. Look into the funding, I would say, because we, Sweden, and I think it's the same for you, we are still increasing our commitment. So even if it might be perception of fatigue, but money talks. And our commitment is still increasing. So we actually allocate more funding, both on the military side and on the cooperation side. So there's no fatigue there. And I think that is also an extremely important indicator.
Yes, if I continue on that line, unfortunately, I think that the fatigue is probably unavoidable. And we see it even in the Nordic countries, but to a lot lesser extent than we see it in other European countries. So how to fight that? Well, first of all, it's better to have Ukraine fatigue after the war than during the war. So it's probably a very good idea to settle at least the fighting, if that is at all possible. And then secondly, and I think that Elsa said that also, building reliable bonds between institutions. That will sort of overcome that kind of fatigue. We will probably see less funding, but still a lot of things can be done with very strong relationship. And I think also that KC is an example of really building strong bonds to also continue on the other side of a war. Yes, what was the other question? Yeah.
Yeah. No, I can try to answer the second question. It's a big one as well. Like the Swedish colleague said, I mean, building trust takes time, and I think Ukrainians need to respect that and to focus on the small steps forward. For instance, the significant progress that has been made through digital and e-governance in this country, that I think over time will help to strengthen trust in those institutions and to keep focusing on the small steps forward that in time will increase trust as well. And as to the first question, yeah, like the ambassador said, fatigue is unavoidable. Ukraine doesn't dominate the headlines like it did, but I still to continue to focus on the good stories, to focus on progress, and also to see, for instance, in our case, and I'm sure it's the same for you, there are a lot of people coming to Ukraine now to cooperate and work not only on the political headline creating levels, but also on the working levels, and to keep working with them, because those people will also tell their stories when they get back to our countries, and I think that's an important channel as well.
If I can just add on the last question, not so much about the building of trust, but more eroding of trust, and in particular looking from our perspective. It's really, really damaging with the examples of corruption that pops up from time to time. We don't, of course, expect this to disappear right away, but I can tell you what is really eroding trust among the European population in particular. Well, our population is the fact that some of the money, some of the funds that we spend for fighting or for reconstruction ends up in the wrong pockets. That is really damaging. And there's probably not much you can do about it here in this room, except when it comes, you can protest against it and show that there's a generation or two in Ukraine that wants to fight this substantially.
Thank you. I asked to say a final thing, but one thing that is really, how shall I say, different from everything we've been doing before is that we learn so much from you. And everyone who's working in bilateral projects, UN, military support, the thing that we really hear from everyone and that we also take back with us to Sweden is that we learn from you. You have experience we don't have, you have knowledge that we don't have, and every morning I listen to Swedish radio. And this last week, I've heard so many Swedish experts talking about Ukrainian experience. In Ukraine, they do like this, so we should learn from them. In Ukraine, energy efficiency is prepared like this. We must do the same. And this is new. So thank you so much for that. And that is the main takeaway, I think, from our cooperation that we have now.
And let me just echo what Elsie said. many of our delegations coming down now, we have a lot. They're looking for Ukrainian experience, fighting the war, rebuilding energy power plants and so forth, keeping a society up and running despite of the war. And you have so much to offer to us. Also, when we look at the EU enlargement, we come with a very interesting country. It was mentioned labor force, of course, even though you do have issues on that also. But critical minerals, agriculture, all these kinds of things is something that you bring to the table. So it's not just, we absorb you. No, you bring something that is of value to the European Union. And I think that's very important and something we need to focus on as we move along the track towards membership.
All right. So my takeaway is that we should meet in 9 years and we'll talk. Yes. All right. Thank you so much. And thank you all. So coffee break and we will resume at 1 p.m.
Dear friends, so we will be starting the next panel just in a minute, so please join. So please take your seats and we will start in a minute.
Hopefully it will be resolved, then I will be
So bad.
all of it.
We there is a journalist from the biggest Danish newspaper.
Well, so we don't have that much time, unfortunately, so we need to start right now because we have very, very fantastic special guests today with us. I'm so honored to moderate this discussion because, well, honestly, and this is a very, it's a personal touch, but I'm a fan of both of you. You're great professionals and you are historical figures in a way that you've been the ministers of foreign affairs when the large-scale invasion started. Very, well, crucial moments in our life, which will also determine the future. So, thank you for finding the opportunity to be here today. And I know, Anne, that it took you almost 30 hours just to come here, to be here now in the Kyiv School of Economics. And you came just yesterday night, midnight. So thank you very much for your dedication. And Dmytro Kuleba is a person who keeps the Ukrainian identity and the perspectives of Ukraine very strong in Ukraine. And I follow your Instagram and the YouTube, so I know your recent reflections on the current situation. But, well, I wanted at the beginning to ask you if you could say in a very short way, if you had to choose one sentence, are we currently winning or losing the strategic confrontation with Russia, and why?
Hi. Yes, I think we are strategically winning, but tactically losing.
Well, I would say the same time. I would say that strategically now I'm very worried, and I have it in the front of my head, the new national security strategy from the United States, which is absolutely not good when you look at it from a strategic point of view. But in the end, of course, I mean, Ukraine is the strongest morally and will win. But for now, I am a little pessimistic.
Yeah, I understand. And of course, we will talk more about the current situation and about the future perspectives later on. But first, I would like you to return back to the beginning of the large-scale invasions, to the first days, and ask you both on on how was that day for you, and for you, Anne, how did you, when you learned that the full-scale invasion has started, what were your immediate actions? What were the decisions that you had to make? And so how these first days looked like for you?
Well, thank you. Yes, I think for both me and Dimitru, the 24th of February 2022 was kind of a life-changing experience. As a foreign minister, of course, you wake up early in the morning, like 4:30, I think it was, and we have, like every day, we had a meeting with the National Security Council, because we know that something was going on, but we didn't know what was happening. And Sweden, like most other European nations, didn't think there would be a full-scale invasion. We thought there would be something, but we didn't think there would be a full-scale invasion. So then when it came, it was a shock. And of course, we immediately had meetings, and the Prime Minister asked me and the Defense Minister to come into the government office. We had a press conference. And what I remember is that during the day, I phoned to several of the foreign ministers. And of course, everybody wanted to talk with you, Dimitru. And several of the foreign ministers says, is it going to take 3 days? Is it going to take 4 days? Some thought it's going to take maybe a week, because everybody thought that Ukraine was not going to withstand a full-scale invasion from Moscow. And now when you read, because I read my diaries about this, you couldn't believe now we're nearly 4 years into the war. And if you see how the foreign ministers thought the first days that Ukraine would be forced to give up, that's one of the most hopeful things. It has gone 4 years, and still Ukraine is fighting and resistance, and the people is still, defending the country. And there was this woman. The last question from the last panel was, how are we going to try not to have fatigue? And I think that by all the time, and that's why I'm here. That's actually why I'm here, is to really try always to find new ways of telling the story of what's happening in Ukraine, to have personal stories, to have different ways to get people in Europe to continue to support Ukraine. But those first days were really, really something else. And I also have to say that we had immediately meetings with the ministers. The Zelensky met with virtually with all the prime ministers. And I know that my prime minister, Magdalena Andersson, the first woman prime minister in Sweden, she was shaken afterwards, because Zelensky said, I don't know if we will see each other. I don't know if I will survive. But get everything you can. Just send all ammunition you have. Send all weapons you have. And then Dimitri talked with us, foreign minister, and said more or less the same thing. And I remember that. I will never forget that in my whole life.
Thanks. And Metro, would you like to share how it was from the Kyiv perspective?
Well, of course, I spent the first 24 hours of the invasion on the phone. I had to do two things simultaneously, to run the ministry in the times of our communication and work did not collapse, but it was still an unprecedented moment, and I had to make sure that everyone knows what to do, that the things that we had discussed before can be put in place, and the ministry remains operational. And I also had to communicate with my fellow colleagues, foreign ministers. Things were pretty clear to me at that point, because I realized that we have to deserve the right to be supported. And because of the attitudes that Anne shared with you. So this basically on day one, it became clear that the strengths of Ukraine, Ukraine's position on in foreign policy will be defined by Ukrainian soldier. So if Ukrainian soldier holds the line, if we do not collapse, we will get the weapons, we will get the sanctions, and we will get the support. So I focused entirely on the issue of weapons on that day. I think I spent most part of the day talking about weapons and sanctions, but it was clear to me that they will become real only if we survive these 3, 5, 7, 10 days. Because no one was going to support us, because no one actually believed that we were going to survive. So why sending weapons or imposing sanctions on Russia if the case was already lost in the eyes of everyone, except the Ukrainians. So we believed we picked up the fight. Some of us surprised ourselves no less than we surprised the world. But every next day was bringing more support because our friends in Europe and in the United States realized that we were not going to collapse. And therefore, it did make sense to provide all necessary support. But first 24 hours were very, of course, challenging.
Yeah, and the role of the foreign minister during the wartime seems to me one of the really leading, like together with the president. I mean, it's the face of the country, and so you had to Dmytro to build a coalition almost overnight with all those countries who would support us. But did you have a moment later on maybe that you understood, yes, now this collective imagined West do understand what this war is about? Or is it still, or was it always, the partial, the understanding that that was never full?
Well, certainly there was a day, and it was one of the most terrifying days of the war. It was the day when the Bucha massacre was revealed to the whole world. This was a game changer. Unfortunately, it's very sad to say this, but these people paid with their lives for the West to kind of burn the bridge and turn their faces to Ukraine and realize how brutal Russian regime is. No offenses, there were people who were more sympathetic to us and were willing to push forward, and Nordic countries were clearly among them. But it's a little bit crazy. But I think for an academic institution, it's important maybe to say this in these walls, that passengers of MH17 flight paid with their lives for the West to take real sanctions against Russia. It was not the lives of Ukrainian citizens that made them do it in 2014. And residents of Bucha paid with their lives for the West to fully unleash its potential in supporting Ukraine. It is very distressful, but this is how world politics operate.
And you were also the minister of the country that kept neutrality for over 70 years. And then, quite suddenly, and very promptly and successfully, Sweden changes dramatically its path and decide to become part of the NATO together with Finland. For you personally, when did you understand that there is no way to continue the model that of non-alignment that was for many years in Sweden? When did you understand that the only way is to become the NATO country?
Well, Sweden were having a, I would say, rather successful security policy for 200 years. It was actually started by the French person, Bernadotte, who was taken to king to Sweden. First neutrality, then non-alignment, then military non-alignment. We ended neutrality when we became members of EU, as we spoke about before. It's a long process to become member of EU. But then, as a government, you always have to ask yourself, is this safe for our people in Sweden? Are we safe? And you constantly, ask that question. And for us, in my party, we haven't seen non-alignment and neutrality mostly as an ideology, like we are together with the Americans or so on. We have seen it as what is the best situation to keep Sweden safe. And there has been, during the time when we have asked ourselves, should we join NATO? Should we have a Nordic defense cooperation? But also because Finland were in such dependency of Russia, it has not been possible, and now I talk historical time, because not everybody knows, well, maybe you know it, I mean, most of your students, but I actually twice, 1939 and then again 1941, Soviet Union were invading Finland. And they had in the peace agreement to agreed not to join NATO, to agree to give up 11% of their territory. And they were not possible for a long time to choose for themselves what they wanted. And of course, for Sweden, if we had joined NATO before, it would have been very, very difficult for Finland. And that meant that what we saw from the beginning was that in the Finnish people, they very quickly changed the opinion when they saw that Russia were actually attacking a neighboring country that was absolutely no threat. I mean, Ukraine was no threat. It was peaceful, it was democratic, is still, but no threat to Russia, and still they were doing it. And Bucha, as you say, Dmitry, also showed that Russia didn't give, I mean, they didn't care at all about international law, about the international rules of war. There are actually rules of war that is agreed. And they were not following the international and European security order. So when we saw how Russia behaved in Ukraine, invading a friendly country, neighboring country, and the way that they conducted a war, and then saw that Finland would probably join NATO, that means that we will be alone. Sweden would be alone as a non-NATO country in the Baltic area. We started to think just a few months before unthinkable. I've been standing 2 weeks before the full-scale invasion. I was standing in front of the Swedish parliament and saying, Sweden will not apply for membership of NATO. 2 weeks before. And then the whole world order changed. And that's also why it's so important that Russia cannot win this war. Because that means that it's okay to break the international security order, invade another country, and don't let the countries decide themselves what they want. It was a process, but it was an extremely quick process. After 200 years, then more or less we changed opinion in half a year. But also, I would say, it was not just a think. I led a parliamentary group with all 8 parties who did a thorough analysis. Is it time for Sweden to change the security order? and all 8 parties agreed that Russia will not change. Even if as someone say, Putin would fall out the window or whatever, Russia will still be aggressive. Russia will not change. And then 6 of the 8 parties came to the conclusion that if we should keep Sweden safe, we have to join NATO. Not an easy decision, but at the same time, something that we felt this is what's need to be done.
And would my interpretation be also correct if I tell that it's also due to their successes of Ukrainian armed forces at the time that you could make this decision possible to enter NATO? So without Ukrainian successes on the battlefield, that won't be the case. Is it so?
Maybe that's too easy.
Okay.
That's too easy to say. But of course, the way of how we in the European Union countries view Ukraine, and when we decided to start all the sanction packages, I took part in the decision of the first 7. Now it's 20. But also, if it hadn't been for the very, very immediate reaction from Dmytro and President Zelensky and the Ukrainian resistance, that would not have been the case. It would not have been the case. And I can tell you also that was also not easy, because still we have, and we had already in the beginning, member countries of the European Union who did not put their whole faith in Ukraine, and has for the whole time make it more difficult to take decision of sanctions.
Yeah, Dmytro, you so both the case when Sweden becomes the NATO country and Finland becomes the NATO country, both Bucha massacre, so the genocidal war, but also Ukraine that resists. It's all the context of 2022. So could you share your perspective on how the relation to Ukraine has changed since the full-scale invasion, if there were these changes? Have others start perceiving the country in a different way? They've been doing this before. Were there any crucial changes in this?
Well, the clearest and the most dramatic and fundamental change that occurred since the invasion is the recognition of Ukraine as a European nation. If the war didn't start, we would have spent maybe 50, maybe 100 years before Europe would recognize it, we Europeans. And I think Anne will agree that without the war, we would not be granted EU candidacy status anytime soon. You should always remember, because we live in a very fast world, you should always remember that the association agreement, which laid down the foundation of the relationship between Ukraine and the EU, had no mentioning of the perspective of Ukraine to become a member of the European Union. In 1992, the decision in the West was made that Ukraine will be a part of the Russian world, friendly to the West. And everything you've seen since then, basically up until 2022, was the evidence of that approach. Like, you're nice guys, but you actually belong to them, but we want you to be friendly to us. The reason was obvious, because we are big, we are impactful, and we border the EU. So the biggest change that occurred was actually the recognition of the fact that Ukraine belongs to Europe, that Europe belongs to Ukraine, that we are all one, and Nordic countries played a very important role in changing that narrative. This is a truly historic achievement. The change that did not occur, of course, is related to NATO. So we maybe we'll need another war to get that recognition. But yeah, what happened is big and consequential. And of course, the fact that Ukrainians demonstrated this resilience and courage, it was very inspirational, inspiring to millions of people around the world. So the second change is the visibility of Ukraine. Wherever I traveled in Southeast Asia, in Africa, or in Latin America, there was never a place where Ukraine would be seen as a black spot. Like everyone literally knew it. So recognition as a European nation and global recognition are two biggest changes that occurred in terms of positioning of the country abroad.
And well, you mentioned that maybe we need another war for the world to recognize we need to be part of NATO or any other military cooperation union. But I want to deepen this question and generally ask. So now both of you. So the context is very complicated. I mean, Washington tries to basically trade us to Russia, or at least it is my interpretation, while Russia is very aggressively targeting the energy infrastructure. Then also the coalitions with Iran. Putin has been just recently to India, quite successful journey for him. So with having in mind all of this, do you think we are actually preparing for some sort of the continental war, Third World War, or this would be the speculation to contextualize it in this way? So where are we now? We as Ukraine and we as the Europe, the continent, where are we globally?
Well, I would say that the new strategy of United States is a game changer. Because, I mean, nobody expected that there should be such a big change in how United States is viewing Russia, and by that, the war in Ukraine, as has now happened. I mean, we as European, and I always say the Munich Security Conference, you should always listen there, because it's there that a big thing happened. Already 2007, Putin actually laid out his long-term view for what was happening, what he wanted to create a new greater Russia. Nobody believed it. And then came Georgia, we didn't react as we should. Then came Crimea, we didn't react as we should. There was some reaction, but not as we should. And then came, and also Eastern Ukraine. And then came the full-scale invasion. And I think that Putin misread how Europe should react. And United States and Europe showed that we are on the side of Ukraine and against what Russia is doing. But with the new administration, there was a new tone presented by the Vice President J.D. Vance in the Munich conference. And the Europeans were quite shocked, but we didn't really believe it. And now, just 2 days ago, the new security strategy is presented by the United States. And it says a lot of things. It says, for example, that Europe needs to have a new strategic balance with Russia, and we will help them with it. They said that Europe is might not be with enough Europeans to survive in 20 years' time, because there will be so many immigrants that it will be a change of civilization. They said that we are now happy that patriotic parties are trying to correct the way of Europe, and we will support those because Europe needs to go back, and they don't think that EU is a good thing. They want to go back to national, individual countries. And they say that we are at odds with EU when it comes to perceive the conflict in Ukraine. That EU is not realistic about what is possible to achieve. So this is really bad, and I think you should read it. And I think that we as EU need to step up and really try to deepen the relation with Ukraine and make it a long term, because it could not continue to be ad hoc. That's one of the biggest thing I think the European can do now, to have long-term relation, to put it in the, and you should follow this, you who are student, the MFF. Do you know what MFF is? The multi-financial framework, that is the 7-year budget for EU, and that look into it so that there is enough money to continue to support Ukraine also from an EU perspective by letting Ukraine into the different frameworks. What is not good also is that the isolation of Russia is now not continuing. We could see it when Russia came to China, now when Russia come to India, and of course, when Russia come to the United States. And this is not good, because now Putin is a person who wants to be considered to be a great power. He wants Russia to be a great power. And if they are isolated, this will weaken this wish. Now when they're not isolated in the same way, that will make him to continue. And the question of territory here is very important for him, because when you look at Russian leaders, you cannot put the word "the great" after a Russian leader if you have not increased the territory. And Putin would like to be the great, so he must increase the territory. You don't think those things play a role, but they do. And you can read what Putin has written. It's not on any homepage anymore, but of course, all of us who has followed it for a long time. I was in Ukraine, my first trip in 1988, when it was Soviet Union. So I've followed what happened for a long time. But you can see there the thinking of Putin, and also how where he is going. And it's bad that other powers are now losing the isolation.
Yeah, it's absolutely, it's very bad, it's very complicated. And I was wondering, Dmitro, if you would also like to share your thoughts on the question of the current situation. Where are we now? Can we tell that we are, well, we as Ukraine are in the full-scale invasion, we are in the war, but can we talk about the continental war, preparation for it, so anything that, well, articulate that it's the issue that where safety is on the question for the entire Europe?
Russia's aggression, military aggression against a NATO ally in Europe is a matter of time. It's not a question if, it's a question of when. Try to put yourself into the shoes of President Putin. You don't even have to answer the question why I have to do it. It's a question like, why shouldn't I? Because what? For months, there are mysterious drones appearing in the skies of EU countries. So what? Troubling news, comments, nothing happens. Putin has enough of missiles, enough of drones, doesn't care about human losses. Why not test Europe in order to prove that what he has been saying for 20 years, and what the message was clear, that Europe is rotten, Europe is weak, it's despicable. Why not prove it on the battlefield? His goal will not be to conquer an EU country. The goal will be to demonstrate the falsehood of promise that both EU and NATO give to nations and citizens, which is prosperity and security. We will all stand for each other. 24 hours of hesitation in Brussels on how to react to the act of war will be Putin's victory. Of course, nothing is predetermined. Everything I said is going to happen if things continue like they run now. So everyone has a chance to change. But look at what Prime Minister of Belgium is doing. Look at the difficulties German army is facing. Look at the problems many EU nations are having with the attempts to reintroduce military service. There are nations in the EU who are ready, who are more ready than others, but there are also nations who are not ready at all. And the union is a union. It depends on the unanimity. So what Putin is going to challenge is not the number of square kilometers. He will attack the concept of unity. This is what he needs.
Yeah, and it seemed that on one hand, Anne mentioned that the role of EU should be stronger here, but also you, Dmytro, mentioned that there are countries that are more prepared, less prepared. Well, also the examples with the Brussels that you mentioned bring me to the question of what actually how actually this cooperation should look like. Can we rely on the EU as the leader in the negotiation process with United States, or should it be some sort of the coalition of willing to support Ukraine or be part of our security system? For example, Nordics, Baltics, and Ukraine, or Nordic, Baltic, Intermarium, or some sort of new security and ideological ally that should be established to protect those who are willing to protect themselves and leave those who are willing to basically be accepted by occupation if Russia comes to EU?
Well, I think it would be a big mistake not to try to make EU to continue to be united, and for example, when it comes to sanctions and so on, even if it's difficult and more difficult. You have always have, and that's not a secret, but every single sanction package has been contested by Hungary, and they have weakened it. And now you can see how, for example, United States try to make bilateral relations with those countries who are more pro-Russian, and that's problematic. And if we say that it's an issue only for the Nordic and the Baltics, that also means that the support that Ukraine will need for years to come, when the real negotiation for EU membership will start, will be weakened. So that would be a huge mistake, I think. Try Ukraine, and also try to make the case, like we have heard it before during the day, that Ukraine is bringing so much to the table. I mean, it's as the innovation when it comes to defense material and how to conduct modern war. That's in just that area, but there is so much in other areas as well. And I think that is something that we need to be seen. We need to argue for those countries who is not immediately in the neighborhood, why it's so important to continue the support, long-term, not ad hoc, long-term support to Ukraine. And we should start even more with the infrastructure project, with research projects, with innovation projects, with the green transition projects, and that's important.
Well, I can only concur with what Anne said. The only area where the European Union still maintains unity is sanctions. It doesn't exist anymore. I mean, in any other field. Weapons, coalition of the willing. Fraud and assets, I mean, coalition of the willing. Accession, coalition of the willing. So the unanimity on sanctions is the last straw that the European Union clinges to in an effort to show that there is a union, that it's not getting fragmented at all levels. And of course, if, let's say, hypothetically, Russia attacks an EU member in the Baltic, and Nordic Baltic countries will see that the European Union stumbled and is drowning in discussions, what are they going to do? Of course, they will sacrifice the union for the sake of a coalition that will actually help them to defend themselves, whoever is going to form that coalition. It's very hypothetical, well, it's not that hypothetical actually, but my point is that at the moment, in a sink or swim moment, if there is no unity to help you, you have to side with those who are willing and capable to help you. And this is what Putin needs.
Yeah, you've mentioned unity and as a crucial factor. If to reflect on the Nordic-Ukraine cooperation, is basically very fundamental historical roots that we have, meaning starting with the Kievan Rus and the role of the Vikings, then Mazepa and King the 12th. All of this, and then also Sweden was one of the first countries to recognize Ukrainian independence. So it's really a very long tradition. So in this, and we see also now that the role of the Nordic countries, Nordic Baltic region, is essential. It's crucial for us. Knowing all this, do you think how could this cooperation, this new format of long-term cooperation look like? How can we strengthen this certain adoration that the Nordic countries have to Ukraine, and how can the lessons that Ukraine learn be shared further? So how to construct the durable, long-term unity? What do we need to do?
Well, I think that one thing is to deepen the person-to-person, business-to-business contact. That's mostly bilateral, but it's extremely important because, I mean, diplomacy as such is relation, but also long-term commitment to another country is relations. And what we have done in the Nordic countries is to build up institutions that make us stronger. And I think to try to knit institutions closer together, to have bigger programs when it comes to exchanges. Now, of course, during during the immediate wartime, it would not be possible to have so much physical exchanges. But that's possible anyway. I mean, this KSE has a lot of contact with our School of Economics in Stockholm, even if it's not possible to have, to travel all the time. And I think that is the key. Someone said that there was too many contacts with KSE and other. I beg to disagree. I don't think we should do. I think that's very important to continue with what you have. Another thing is to see where could we develop. And I would like to raise the issue of gender equality, because now I think that there is something where we could support Ukraine. Now I have for many years, we pursued a feminist foreign policy in my government for 8 years. And we had the question of women, peace and security as one of the main issues. And I used to cite again and again and again, and I know it has been now in the morning paper as well, the issue of research of women in peace talks makes peace agreement last longer. This has been, a knowledge for years, and there are many research that show this. And still, when you see Ukraine, United States, and Russia talking now, there is absolutely no women, and that is stupid. Because we know that if there are women by the table, the agreement lasts longer, and the accountability is going in another way. For example, when you had a peace agreement in the Balkans, that it was the wars in the 90s, there were no women when they wrote the peace agreements, and they used rape as a weapon of mass destruction. Thousands and thousands of women were raped, but their accountability for that did not go into the peace agreement. It was considered a normal crime. We know that rape has been used by Russian forces, and that should be accountability also for that crime in peace talks. But when there are only men, they often forget to have sexual harassment, rapes, and so on as a part of their accountability in a peace agreement. And I think this is very, very important and something that we should bring to the table and discuss. So I know you, it's very good that you're one of the most well-known representative for Ukraine in Sweden, and I'm very happy that you're a woman.
Sorry, Anne. I'm absolutely confident that the future of Ukraine-Nordic relationship is bright, and so is the feminization of Ukrainian politics and all aspects of our life for a natural reason. Yeah, everything will be fine. It's just, we just have to live up to those times.
Well, now I will ask my last question, and I welcome the audience to prepare your questions if you have some. And my question will be very, understand that the perspective of 10 years, it's already for me, it feels like very long-term perspective. But if we think about perspective that you take 5-10 years, what do you think will be the role of Ukraine in this European project? What Ukraine can give to this project, where it will be there? How shall we reflect on this future?
Okay. Hopefully, within 10 years, we will be already members, but most probably we will be in the process of accession by then. At first, actually, I think we will take a lot from the EU, and this is one of the fears that holds some member states back from facilitating Ukraine's accession, because they realize that they will all have to pay, which no one really likes to do. But in the long run, of course, Ukraine's accession will completely change the balance inside of the European Union, because you just cannot designate a second role to a country of this size and legacy. And therefore, actually, I think that we will become members only after two problems will be solved, or solutions to two problems will be found. The first one is the unanimity in decision-making. We will not become members of the EU until as long as unanimity constitutes the main rule in decision-making. I mean, that's very clear. And you can ignore all the news about accession process. It's not worth your attention. The only news you should be looking for is whether the unanimity question is solved and whether Ukraine's agriculture is somehow can somehow be aligned with the common agricultural EU policy. Currently, they are not. Personally, I don't see a solution to that, but these are the real two problems on the way to membership. But once they are resolved and we are in, the whole balance in the European Union is going to change. And the real question will be, for Western European countries, is how do we maintain control with Ukraine, Balkans in sight, because Central Europe, Balkans plus Ukraine could completely shatter how the system of balances in the European Union. So these are very difficult questions that the founders and current members have to resolve. But what Ukraine will bring to the Union is first a very natural reshaping of power balance of power inside of the EU, and secondly, this energy and thirst for change. I think this is where this is what makes us different in a good way from the European Union as it currently stands.
I think in a 10-year perspective, Ukraine will have come, its peace, of course, and then Ukraine will have come a much longer way on the way to membership. I mean, I don't think that it will be already full membership, because it takes a long time, but it will be much closer. And because EU has actually changed the way on how a membership process is evolving, that is important. But you should know also that this change of how you are, how the process of being an EU membership is changed, meaning that the chapters about human rights, democracy, they were in the end 23 and 24, so they were in the back. Now they're in the front. And that means that everything that has to do with democracy, values, anti-corruption, not the least, that has to be solved first, because those are the first chapters. Not until you have got past that hurdle, you can continue with the other chapters. So that would be something also that would be important for Ukraine to start with, to see it in order. The second thing is that when it comes to NATO, here is also something that we don't know what will happen. And I come again to the national strategy, because it said that in the American new national security strategy, say that Europe has to stop thinking there will be a perpetual enlargement of NATO. And we have always said that anybody who fulfill the criteria for NATO membership should be able to apply. But now United States, as I mean the most important NATO member, says that that should not be like that anymore. And since we always need to have a good relation with the United States, we always will be, I mean, our most important ally still in many ways. Since the attitude has changed so profoundly, we need to see what that means also for Ukraine. Finally, I don't think everybody likes it, but I think that Ukraine will bring to the table the most recent knowledge on how to conduct a modern war. And it's hard to say, but most countries really need that knowledge and that information, and that is what you bring. And maybe that's not what Ukraine wanted to bring from the beginning, but that is actually a really, really important lesson that you have, that the rest of the European countries don't have. And that would be so valuable, extremely valuable. And that is something also that will be brought to the table and will be valued.
Yeah, quite a number of challenging tasks to do. So yeah, we have just a couple of minutes left, but I welcome you if you would like to raise your hand. Well, please, maybe try to be brief, and maybe we will collect a couple of questions if there are any, and then speakers would be able to.
And hopefully also some women.
Okay. My name is Nazar. I'm studying in this university, and my question about cooperation with Sweden and Ukraine. For example, if we have a cooperation, what knowledge can give Sweden to us, and what knowledge can we give to Sweden, and what the big problem we can solve in Sweden, and what maybe not big, but some problem can solve Sweden in our country. What do you think?
Okay, thanks. Any other questions? We can collect them. Oh, yes, I see the hand. Two hands. Yeah, please. Lady in the back, I think, and then another lady.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm also a woman. My name is Sanna Björling. I'm a Swedish newspaper reporter and correspondent. I wonder, it's a lot of focus now on the American security strategy, but both the United States and Russia are led by pretty elderly men. And looking like 5 years ahead, there's a lot of unpredictability there. What do you see in terms of leadership? And this strategy could also change in a couple of years. So could the leadership in Russia. How do you see that into the perspective right now?
Do you want to reply immediately, or shall we collect more?
Okay, I'll start with that one. Well, I think that from the Russian point of view, I mean, the analysis that our parliamentary committee did was that there won't be a long-term change in Russia even if Putin is gone. That was the prediction. When it comes to the United States, it's another thing, because we have seen also there can be drastically changes. But Putin's term will continue forever. President Trump's terms will end in 29, but that could also drastically change. It could be for the good in what we're talking now, or it could be even more accentuated. I mean, we don't know now who will be the president of the United States. I was at Sarajevo Security Conference a month ago, and there was a big difference in how people view what would happen after Trump. Some persons, very high, both military and academians, said that we just have to let it go. There will be no change. We have lost United States as our closest ally. And there were, you know, like Georgetown University, very famous professors who thought that. Other persons, and I'm in that category, said that there might very well be a change. And then they said, what, whom? Well, we didn't know Clinton. We didn't know Obama. There might be another person who has another view on the EU-US relationship, and also the US-Russia relationship and the US-Ukraine relationship. So I think for the Russia, I would say no changes. For United States, it might well be changes, but it could also be the vice president that will continue after Trump. And we know his views. We know his views very well. It's what he said in Munich. It's what he said in the security conference. But you cannot predict that. We didn't predict Trump for the first time. We didn't predict Kamala Harris. We didn't predict that Trump would win again with the margins. So I think that it's not possible to say how United States will go.
It's good to have hope, but hope is a bad strategy.
Then we didn't answer your question about what Sweden and Ukraine could give to each other. And I think I said a little bit before that we could, cooperate both in green transition, in modern warfare, in gender equality, in institutional cooperation. I think that's some of the things where we can do, and in also academic cooperation that could be even closer.
Yeah, unfortunately, we need to wrap up the panel discussion. We can. You want to take the? Okay, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Maria, and I'm an international relations student from ЄВРОПЕЙСЬКОГО University of Lviv, with a special focus on Swedish language. And I wanted to ask, as we know, there are some security issues in the Baltic Sea. Especially, I'm talking about hybrid attacks from the Russian side in Baltic Sea. And as I know, that's been seen in the Swedish media, but there have been no such strong reaction. How is the situation with it now? And is there any cooperation with Ukraine regarding strengthening forces of Sweden against these hybrid attacks in the Baltic Sea? Thank you.
Well, it's a very good question, and there is now a big discussion on how to protect the countries from cyber attack, and not the least the drone attack. And there is, for example, Sweden has protection from drones, but Denmark, for example, didn't have it. And we saw how drones were going into the Copenhagen airport, and then there was actually a loan, so to speak, from Sweden to Denmark on how to protect it. So I think that this is one of the key issues, the war of the drones, and how to protect yourself and how to develop the drones. And one thing is that this is also an economical question, because when we see drones coming into Poland, some of them were shot down by missiles 100 or even more than 100 times as expensive as the drone that came. And that weaken our ability to defend ourselves if we have a 4,000 euro drone that is shot down by a $1 million missile. And of course, that's a strategy. And I think we were taken aback by this and didn't expect this. But now we have learned, and we will change the way how we do it.
Yeah, definitely. Drones are the game changer, and Ukraine can give quite good lessons on how to secure yourself with this new foundation of the warfare. Do you want to make any final statements, or are we fine to? Yes. Thank you so much, dear Dmitro, dear Anne. Thank you. Microphone працює. Клас. Dear friends, we are starting the last panel, last but not the least. So I welcome you to return to the seats. It will be very intensive indeed in terms of experience that you will learn about the Nordic countries and how they support Ukraine. So please, take your seat, and my pleasure is to invite the moderator of the panel, Valeria Pali, who is the academic director at the Kyiv School of Economics. Please, Valeria, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Alina. Good afternoon. And now it's time for our final panel titled Civil Society Bridges, Ukraine Nordic Networks in Action. And this panel will be dedicated to partnership in civil society sector. My name is Valeria Pali. I'm a clinical psychologist by training, and for many years I have been working in NGO sector here in Ukraine together with deep partners from other countries. And that's why now I'm so pleased to meet today with people who strengthen us, work with Ukrainian youth, work with activists and military personnel. And today we will talk about different opportunities, what empowers us, what opportunities are created, what works and what doesn't work with 5 wonderful women. And now I would like to invite on the stage our distinguished guest, Julie Arnfred Boysen. Yep. Ellen Elena Reynolds. Yeah. Tilde Adenbrook. Hi. Daria Kulinic. And Victoria Germanchuk. Wonderful, thanks for coming. And our panel will consist of 2 parts. First of all, it would be wonderful to learn more about the work and activities of our distinguished guests that our leaders are doing on a daily basis. And then we will have a short discussion and short panel conversation. So now I would like to give the floor for the presentation to Julie Arnfred Boysen, Director of Ukrainian Danish Youth House. Julie, the floor is yours. And
this one? Yes. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me here today. I'm very excited to tell about our work after such a very interesting day so far. So I am working in the Ukrainian Danish Youth House, and I'll take you through our work. This is a development project that actually started in 2021. So it's supported by the Danish government, by Danida, the international aid agency in Denmark, and it is implemented by the Danish Cultural Institute in cooperation with the Danish Youth Council. That's the formalities. But we've been here since 2021, and it's also been very nice for me to kind of have, as I call them, the good old days when the war was not that big. So I also know how Ukraine is without a full-scale invasion. We work basically to support young people's opportunity to participate in civil society and culture. And that is a very broad mandate, I know, but we try to work in order to make people take action. So we don't tell them exactly what to work with, but just that young people should also be included. So we want to support young civil society organizations or groups or activists in the best ways. I told you this already, that's our organizations from Denmark. So the way we work is that we work to provide these opportunities. We do that by providing trainings, seminars, international exchange. We provide a grant program to youth organizations all over Ukraine. And then we are called the Youth House, which means that we actually also have a youth house in Kyiv since 2023 and since January this year in Mykolaiv, because as some of you might know, Denmark is also a strong supporter of Mykolaiv city, so we saw the chance to apply for more money from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and managed to open our local branch in Mykolaiv. So we're very happy about that. And these houses, like what is a youth house? In Denmark, it can be many different things. Here, in practice, it's a free community space that anybody is welcome to use. We have big halls, small meeting rooms, podcast studios, whatever you need to do your work in civil society. If it's for meetings or conferences or working groups or whatever discussion club. So we have everything from like really high level general assemblies to very small groups who just like to discuss movies. And all of this is part of civil society. So therefore we don't say that any of it is less important than others. Just the fact that people have a place to meet is crucial for a living democracy. So because this also builds some kind of Danish perception of democracy, not only as like the action to vote and the rule of law, but also the way you interact with other people. So if you don't have a place to meet, you cannot cooperate. And if people are kept separately, you cannot cooperate to make a change in society. So that's why we do have these houses. And of course, there are also youth centers all over Ukraine that we also work with, etc. But it's just to kind of underline the importance of having a place to meet, because you can't demonstrate against your government if you don't have a place to meet, for instance. You won't have new ideas if you don't exchange with other people. And you won't learn if you don't talk to people you disagree with. So, I don't know if we managed this. Oh.
Для мене, напевно, найбільш важливою частиною програми стало усвідомлення того, наскільки сильно може бути важливий мій вплив конкретно в моєму місті. Я все ж таки можу робити навіть на більш локальному рівні. Якраз в Данії, дивлячись на те, як люди в Копенгагені розвивали своє місто, як вони співпрацювали з владою, як вони створювали щось нове, і як вони закохували людей в своє місто, я зрозуміла, що я хочу робити те саме. Моє життя дуже змінилося, бо я нарешті знайшла в собі сили припинити займатися те, чим мені не подобається, змінила повністю свою професію і тепер дуже хочу розвиватися більше в громадському секторі.
Після поїздки в Данії ця програма серйозно вплинула на мою свідомість і загальне розуміння і знання про громадське життя країни. Я зміг зрозуміти його важливість для молоді і долучитися до цієї діяльності.
Коли потрапила на програму «Херсон мрії», для мене це була можливість повернутися до громадської діяльності. Коли ми виїхали з окупації, я деякий час не могла знайти для себе місце, бо все, що я робила, всі проекти в Херсоні, вони в один момент втратили всю актуальність, і мені треба було починати з нуля. І «Херсон мрії» для мене прийшло в той момент життя, коли я шукала ці можливості, щоб повернутися до проактивної молоді, щоб повернутися у цей темп руху, який у мене був. І саме ці тренінги, людей, яких я зустріла, дали мені новий поштовх для можливості повернутися у роботу в громадському секторі і, власне, працювати для розвитку молоді.
So that's from one of our programs that's called Dreams for Ukraine that we've been doing since 2022, where we're engaged young people from the frontline regions in order to kind of get them to also take action into developing their hometowns, because without that, we don't have a future in those places. So in order for them to identify what the challenges are, but also identify the solutions. And it has led to beautiful, beautiful projects where some are like, oh, we want to fight corruption in Odessa. And I'm like, that's fantastic when you're 16 and you just think you can take them down in one. That's fantastic. But also some smaller initiatives with tours with local history about the villages, etc. So the whole idea has just been to kind of empower them to take action by themselves, because that's also the point of being a democratic citizen, not to wait for someone else to do it. I told you that we have these houses. Here are images from Kyiv and Mykolaiv, and they are now very full of activities, and it's fantastic to see how young people come out and actually engage across. We've had youth groups from the very far right to the very far left using the space, and that's also very important for us, that this is not a political mission as such. There is a space for everyone, and we need to be able to disagree, also to kind of promote, you know, a culture of dialogue. And we also see specifically in Mykolaiv that many of the young people there have been online for 5 years in their schools and their studies. So their places of socializing has been so limited that some of them feel really uncomfortable getting out in bigger groups. And that in itself is a huge problem for the future if we don't know how to act with each other, you know. So of course we cannot talk about huge democratic movements if people cannot even, you know, like relate to each other. So that's also another topic that I feel has kind of been overlooked, but we feel this, that when you've been studying online since you were like 13, you know, your formative years as a teenager, where in a peaceful world you spend all your time with your friends, you know, it's taken away from a lot of these young people. So that is also why, again, we think it's important to have a safe space to meet. Then I just want to say a few words, since, ideally, of course, the Ukrainian-Danish Youth House is supposed to be a platform for exchange between Danish and Ukrainian youth. That was kind of the core idea. But COVID was there when we started the work, and then just as we thought that was over, you know, the war came, and it's very hard to move people, hard to get Danish people to come to Ukraine, and it's hard to get Ukrainians to get abroad, as you know. So what we have tried to do in order to build some bridges, we've tried to do hybrid formats. We have a few international exchange programs, but we've also worked a bit in Denmark, where we've made actually educational materials about Ukraine in the voices of young Ukrainians towards Danish high school students. Because in Denmark you have like, the teachers they have some flexibilities in their history and their social studies curriculum, so they can actually add their own stuff as long as it has been like approved. And we've made this these materials here that has been downloaded by 50 different schools in Denmark. So teachers have actually been using it in their education to teach the Danish youth about how it feels to be young in Ukraine. And adding, you know, different historical and political perspectives. And then the youth ambassadors have been young Ukrainians who have then fled to Denmark, who then could be those voices and representatives of Ukraine going out to meet the Danish youth, both in the schools, but also at different forums and youth festivals, etc. So we try to build the bridges also to break down all the stereotypes that, of course, are in Denmark. And then we have our exchange programs, where we've brought together representatives from youth organizations, meeting with Danish youth organizations, where they work to establish partnerships in their respective fields, that being political, social, whatever. And we bring them then often either to Denmark or to Moldova or Poland to kind of meet in the middle and make the trip for the Ukrainians a little bit shorter. Ideally, when the travel ban is removed, we hope, of course, to bring a lot of Danes to Ukraine. Yes, if you want to see more, there is a QR code. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julie. And it's incredible, valuable to provide support for young people who just at the starting point of something, to provide them right support and maybe some inspiration as well. Thank you very much for your work. And next, the microphone goes to Ellen Elena, a Director of Operational Aid.
Thank you. Do we have my presentation also? Wait, this is not the... Hi, everyone. My name is Ellie Reynolds, and I am a medical doctor. I'm a surgeon inside benign gynecology in Sweden. And I'm also the co-founder and director of a humanitarian aid organization called Operation Aid. I'm doing also some research, and the research is about preparedness in times of war. And as you can see, also my fourth job, as I used to say, is to be a mom of 3 children. And I'm here today, thank you for inviting me, to basically share the work that Operation Aid have done in Ukraine since the beginning of the war. But I want to start saying that Sweden and Ukraine share not only a friendship, we share also a history that goes back thousands of years. Already in the times of the Vikings, we have exchanged both trade and influence each other. So now, when we take our history and we should move together into the future and really stand beside each other, and not only by talk, but also by real action. So why we keep on helping Ukraine? You can see this map. I'm not going to go so deep into it, but as you can see, the war has been going on not only for almost 4 years now, but actually for 10 years. Ukraine is today the most mined country in the whole world. The support for the needs for psychological support are enormous, and it's just growing and growing. So therefore, we stay in Ukraine. Myself, I have been to Ukraine around 30 times, and yeah, I've learned a lot about how we can help in the most effective way. So Operation Aid started in the beginning of the full-scale invasion, just with emergency aid. As a doctor, I used to say that presence is the best medicine, and it's the cheapest medicine also. Because we need to be present, we need to show that we're here and standing by the side of people who are in great need. Operation Aid is right now in the south of Ukraine, as you can see, and in the east of Ukraine. And we are opening up a head office in Kyiv in the beginning of next year. When we started with emergency aid, we started with providing stoves for the civilians. We took in tons of medical equipment, food bags, building material, and so on. But then we understood, if you want to stay in this field, and if you want to keep on helping in a sustainable, long-term way, you need to focus on local structures and establish yourself basically locally with long-term projects. And then we chose to focus on these 3 areas. So the first area is about children, and why did we choose children? Basically, every child should have the right to dream. And it should not be, talent and potential should not be decided whether your parents can pay for it or not, especially not in times of war. It should be decided basically from the children themselves, what they want to do. And we saw that millions of children are in great need in Ukraine. And we decided to connect those children with activity centers and open our own activity centers where they could participate in physical activities, like, martial arts, gymnastics, dance, and so on, because we all know how much kids thrive when they do that. And in 2024, we got support from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Sweden, a grant that made it possible for us to reach around 1,000 children and youth. And that grant was extended, so this year we're reaching 2,000. Here you can see a picture from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs when we presented our project in 2024. Here is a picture that I want to show you quick. Just recently, the president of Ukraine, Zelensky, visited our Active Kids centers in Kherson. We have centers under the ground, 3 of them, and we're helping over 500 children. And as a small Swedish NGO, we're very proud of being, according to the mayor in the city, one of the biggest NGOs who are actually reaching out to most children. And that's how it looks when our children are participating in Active Kids. So the second field that we chose to put our effort on is healthcare. We donated first ambulances. We donated around 80 ambulances to the frontline medics, but then we decided also to be able to help more effectively, to be able to keep track of the evacuation chain that is happening today in Ukraine. And we basically employed medics to our vehicles so we could first give them a job and also be able to follow the needs more closely. So today we have 3 ambulances. 2 are used in civilian needs in the south of Ukraine, Kherson and Mykolaiv area. And we have 1 ambulance today in the east, Pavlograd and Dnipro. So I'm not going to go in deep to it, but it's like a topic that I feel really like close to heart. And some people say that no, healthcare is not a priority target. I would say that it is. And you can see the numbers, they talk for themselves. Not only hospitals have been basically leveled, to the ground, but also medical personnel have been attacked and targeted specifically. So shortly, for 2 years, we worked along this evacuation chain. I'm not going to go very deep in that as well. Usually I'm having presentations when I go very deep in every stage. But for you just to see, our ambulance is working basically now mainly from the field hospital to the larger hospitals, and not so much to the stabilization point, because the drones and the drone distance have extended now. It became much longer. The war is about technology, and it's very dangerous to be near. You basically can't be so far away. You have to be 30 kilometers away at least in order to avoid normal drones. Here's some photos from our work that we do and have done. And the last but not the least area that we do is that we want to increase the preparedness among civilians in Ukraine. And how do we do that? Yeah, we have created courses, educational courses that teaches kids and youth how to put up a fire, how to pull somebody out from rubble, how to stop a catastrophic bleeding. This can seem very basic things, but a lot of people don't know how to do that in reality. And not only in Ukraine are people still not prepared generally, but in Sweden, we are absolutely not prepared also. So by doing this, we have seen that we're increasing the resilience and just the self-confidence in those children and youth a lot. They can suddenly, you know, save their sister or be able to teach their mom something that they didn't know from before. And that's how it could look when they train. Yeah. Okay, okay. Oh, wow, good to see that. And I'm almost in the end now. This is just a call to action that I want to kind of finalize my presentation with. What we should do, encourage deeper partnerships, of course, cross-border. That's why we are here. This is one of those moments that we can share. We should invest in local leadership around Ukraine, really, because that's what it is about. Strong leaders. We need leaders now in Europe in general. And of course, keep on protecting and supporting frontline medical workers and humanitarian organizations that are actually out there, and their voices should be heard. This is what we do in Sweden, also Nordic Ukraine Forum. We are doing this every Sunday. And Mondays we're in Norrmalmstorg talking to people in Sweden, showing them that we are still here. And here a super short movie, and then I'm done. Yeah, the last slide. Yeah, I just want to say a last sentence, and that is that it all starts with us. And so what I want to kind of, my message to you is, be the voice for those who don't have a voice. And be fearless, go out there and do things. Because like somebody earlier said, hope is not a strategy, but action is. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen and Elena, for your presentation and for your comprehensive approach and for systematic solutions that your organization offers. And now I would like to give the floor to Tilde Adensbrook, military medic and Swedish volunteer, who has come to us from the front line to personally speak about her work.
Hello, and thank you so much for having me. I must say first, I am not a military medic. I do have some medical training, but if I'm the person who shows up when you're injured, you should be afraid. Something has gone terribly wrong. Okay, so as I said, my name is Tilde. I am the co-founder of the organization Quartermass for Ukraine. We do military aid, purely. I would like to rewind just to give you some background. I came to Ukraine in the spring of 2022, thinking that I would stay for maybe a couple of months. I didn't have any military experience and I lacked any formal education. So I was pretty sure I would be back by the end of summer. But life made its adjustments. In the summer of 22, I did some volunteer work in the Donetsk region. Among other things, I did civilian evacuations. And what I saw there changed me on a fundamental level. the civilian projects I had come to aid with were actively targeted. And the civilians were killed in a way that I hadn't even been able to imagine in my darkest nightmares. Or, as one survivor of the attack on the Kramatorsk train station told me, they wouldn't even let us leave. There was really only one thing that stood between the civilians I had come to aid and the Russian aggression, the Ukrainian army. And the army turned out to consist of people. This might sound very stupid, but I had no point of reference, no military background. I came to aid civilians, not because I was against aiding the army. It hadn't crossed my mind that that was something that I could do. The soldiers and the medics that I met had so much in common with me. Life had made its adjustment to their plans as well. Their plans didn't contain neither the pixel of their uniform nor the bottomless mud of the Donetsk region. But their plans didn't matter. They are what my mother so cleverly calls the involuntary volunteers. So, as autumn became winter, I made a decision. I would stay, and I would try to make myself useful, helping the helpers, defending the defenders. And I was very, very lucky, because I met Jonas Rydin. Jonas is the guy to the left in this photo, and he is an entrepreneur in the defense industry with a lot of commitments there, and he is also a part-time serving member of the Swedish Marines. And just as I was trying to figure out what the hell a platoon was and why it was relevant to the need of tourniquets, I met Jonas. It was quite perfect. On paper, me and Jonas, we are as different as you could ever imagine two people, but in person, we are freakishly alike. And we were especially alike when it came to what we wanted to do in Ukraine and how we wanted to do it. We wanted to help the Ukrainian armed forces defend the people and territory of Ukraine, in extension protecting the freedom of all of Europe and the rights and privileges we so easily take for granted. We wanted to do it with respect, integrity, and quality, the same way we would wish our country and our countrymen would be aided if ever we would need it. And huge thanks to Jonas' network, as of today, we have accomplished the following: 5,000 bags of for healthcare workers of various sizes, over 100,000 tourniquets, over 100,000 field rations, over 100 drones, and 100 vehicles, and a lot more. We focused on the medics, first of all, because they needed our help, but second of all, because we found very early on that it was a cause that a lot of donors could get behind. In the summer of 2024, we added Dalle to our group. He is an explosives expert from Sweden, a sapper. And it made a lot of sense to us because one of the most common requests the units had was training and information on how to tackle the ever-growing and very complex mine threat. There's a lot of things I could say about Dalle. He's an amazing guy. I will tell you one story that will tell you the quality of him and his work. We had a reconnaissance group text us, and they said that they had been on a mission, and one of the guys in the group had stepped on a mine. But thanks to the techniques, methods, and equipment provided by us and by Dalle, they had managed not only to evacuate the guy, but also the entire group without any further casualties. They were over the moon. I was super excited. Dalle was not happy. He said, it's not good enough. We need to figure out the best way to teach them not to step on the first mine. Needless to say, he is his own worst critic, and a lot of Ukrainian guys are probably pretty happy that he is. We aid units on the front lines with whatever they need. We focus on the mine training bit and the medical bit. And we don't really discriminate between what type of unit it is, if it's a high-profile one or not so much. It doesn't really matter to us. What we care about is that they are either between missions or preparing for a mission. And we prefer to build long-term relationships with the units. It's the best way for us to build capacity in the unit, but also to maximize the effect of our aid. And now I'm going to have to use my notes a little bit, sorry. Yes. With Dalle's training, we have a mobile platform, something that you can see here. We bring all of these minds to our trainings. And the theoretical knowledge is absolutely needed. It's of course very important, but we prefer to build, there we go, realistic scenarios. These realistic scenarios are not our own design. They are designed in cooperation with the units we work with. The reason is quite simple. They are the expert of this war. The Ukrainian units know exactly what they need today and tomorrow. And they do not need us to prepare them for the war that was 10 years ago. We see our trainings as an exchange. By building scenarios like this, we engage both the mind and the body, which is the fastest way I know to teach people something new. It is also pivotal as the training times are shorter and shorter, and the guys are expected to learn an awful lot in almost no time. But as the saying goes, what the hand has done, the heart remembers. We incorporate new techniques, new types of drones with the same old good stuff, the TM mine, for example. In the new shape this war has taken, both are needed. You need to be very, very good at your basics, but you also need to adapt and to have a very, very, very strong interest in learning new things. We also try to make it fun. Having fun is also one of the best ways to learn new stuff. And sometimes people will tell me that the soldiers need to take it seriously. But believe it or not, I have not met a single Ukrainian soldier who has failed to take the situation seriously. They do not need us to tell them what they already know and understand. They need us to give them tools, options, some way of changing and bettering their situation. We want to embolden them to feel that they have the power to change some part of their fate, maybe save the life of a friend. In this photo, it's our medical instructor, Ben. We're doing a very basic Stop the Bleed course, but we try to rehearse this and do it as much as possible. And it's a lot of fun, and there's no harm in that at all. This is also some training examples from our trainings. And we always try to make the guys feel like we would want to feel if someone trained our sisters, our brothers, our family members. All of these guys are now on the front lines doing missions. And it is important to us that we might be the last instructor they meet before they go to the front lines. And it's important to us that they feel that we believe in them. We really, really do. What type of aid and what type of help is needed depends on the unit, of course. For us, the key is to combine the tools, the equipment, with the right training, the right person, and the right timing. As in this case, this is one of the units within the Azov brigade. They have some new medics that have just finished a CMC level training. And what better tool than a brand new medical backpack? Yes. Game of Thrones said it best. What do we say to the god of death? Not today. Ukrainian medics are my own personal heroes. The miracles they pull off on a daily basis are sometimes very hard to comprehend, but they manage to do it anyway. The elephant in the room is that a lot of medics make do with very, very old equipment that is not adapted to the situation. They carry a heavy burden mentally, physically, and yes, financially. Our task is to help them along the way, to give them a leg up, to give them an edge. It can be ultrasound machines, it can be evacuation vehicles, it can be vitals monitors. In short, it is whatever the hell they need it to be. This is actually a photo from Repower. Another very good option for helping medics. In the end, the X factor to Ukraine's defense is not in any of the foreign aid, neither from organizations or states. It's not rockets, it's not bandages, it's nothing that we have provided. It is the Ukrainians themselves. Our job is simply to enable them to do what they need to do at the best of their ability. And we are very proud to be a small part of showing the world how amazing they are. Thank you.
Thank you, Tilde, for your work, courage, resilience, and dedication. And now let us know more about Daria Kulinic's work and her team, Repower team. Please.
Hello, everybody. And when we are changing presentation, let's check if this is, yeah. I would like to say that today we share different stories about cooperation, and here it's like the example of cooperations, because actually with Operation 8 we communicated for the very first project Repower, and you really helped us to launch it at the very beginning when it was really, really needed. So we had this experience. With Quartermasters for Ukraine and Tilde, maybe like 10% of the backpacks went to our military medics who took part in our projects, and it's a huge help because those backpacks are really good quality as inside as outside, the materials and everything, which was already proven many, many times. Even with Danish Youth House, one of our colleague is dating with your colleague, so your Yuri was helping a lot of times with different exhibitions which we did in Kyiv. So Denmark, we do projects and in Sweden and in Denmark. So it's really, there is even some part of cooperation, even though we are working with military medics, but in terms of art, even your hands of your colleague really help. Thank you. But also Alina, who is representative of Nordic Ukraine Forum, we managed to do 4 beautiful charitable dinners in the middle of Stockholm when we gathered more than 200,000 euro for our projects. So this is a cooperation, how it works with Nordics. There is no competition, there is only empowering each other. So my name is Daria and I represent Repower Foundation. We are originally from Ukraine, from Kyiv. However, nowadays we already opened our Swedish office and organization because it is how fast we grow, and we need to be present in Sweden as well. So we do psychological recovery projects. Why we think it's necessary? Because if we don't take care of medics nowadays, then we will lose medics and they would not be able to help others. So our mission is to help medics, to prevent them for psychological disorders. And very important thing is that we work with active military medics. They are not veterans, and we have to prepare our program in the ways that we help them to, first of all, to ground. It's like a lot of communications with the nature, with culture and everything. However, until the end of the project, we have to focus on motivating them to continue the fight and to save as many lives as possible. So how do we work? We have memorandum of cooperation with different armed forces, national police, border guards, and hospitalers, coordination headquarters for treatment of prisoners of war. And we send official requests with a date for a specific project for around 2 weeks each. We ask them for from 60 to 100 participants, active medics, to provide the list of people. So we are not the one who are choosing the participants, because we are pretty sure that commanders know the best who really needs this help. And also it helps us to avoid using their vacations, because this is still a working trip. So your work right now, your order is to recover yourself. So how do we choose from criteria people who are active? This is stabilization points, case-evac, medevacs. This is urgent psychological recovery needs. However, those people do not have the severe psychological disorders right now, because we still focus on preventing. And frankly speaking, people with severe psychological disorders cannot serve in the military. However, we had a lot of cases like this. And then it's extra work for our psychiatrists and psychologists during the program. So it's also people who have strong moral qualities and professionalism, because we have a bunch of psycho educational courses. So people share their experience afterwards, their knowledges. And this is also very, very important. So how does it look like? Without the travel days, it's around 10 days at place in Sweden or Denmark. Basically, it's already every month. For example, we came back from previous project this Thursday, and tomorrow we go to another project. So it's quite difficult for the team, but we are expanding very fast because we know that our work is needed. And also we do a lot of practices for stabilization, restoration of different physical and mental strengths. And yeah, our focus is processing psychological trauma and meeting basic needs, just to sleep. Frankly speaking, like first 2 days of project, we try not to go out from hotel, just to sleep, relax, and have a lot of communications with nature, animals, whatever is needed, just to change this picture. And key elements of the program, there is obligatory part, which involves psychological support. We are not psychologists in our team. We are event managers with our background. However, we have a great partner called Vilni Vybir. They have more than 10 years of experience with war trauma. So we involve their Ukrainian psychologists for this. This is lectures, neuroplasticity, and mindfulness practices. One more important program is part of the component of the program is different social events. For example, this is a photo with the Minister of Defense of Sweden, Paul Jönsson, who joins our project every time when we are around Stockholm. He speaks with our military about the urgent needs, about the changes, and frankly speaking, we've been translating it a lot of time and organizing this meeting, and every time there is different needs because the war changes so fast, so the needs are changing as well. And I can share also one great cooperation story that recently we received 600,000 euro from Swedish government, which covers around 15% of our needs. However, this also gives us time to fundraise more for all the other projects, and also we applied for another kind of grant from Swedish government to continue our mission as well. However, it's also think about Swedish companies, Ukrainian companies. I'm pretty sure you all know Aurora. They are covering all our administrative expenses of the team. It's really a lot when we are growing this fast. And this is all about cooperation. About our impact, I'm not a psychologist, so let's do not focus on this slide, but it's just like easy to make it simpler to understand. We know that almost 75% claim that it gets worse, and it's not that they just said it. It was made by the questionnaires before and after the project with the help of our psychologists. And here we can see the results. It's like a social experiment. There is no any specific things that we did to receive those photos. We just asked a person. We invited unknown photographer before and after the project to the railway station, and we just asked this person to, just to take a photo. And here we are. This feels so great, just even if we are not psychologists. So far, we did 16 projects. Tomorrow, we are going to the 17th one. And it is 1,200 participants. However, we are taking some people for the second round nowadays, so it will be even more if we count the quantities of people who took part. So this is 1,200 individuals. The huge part of our work is media mentions, because we work a lot with different medias to share the stories about Ukraine. This is not about repower, this is about ongoing war, and that we need to speak about Ukraine, Ukrainian cause. So this is also very important part of our work, the advocacy. And here is, for example, our next two projects where we are actively involved into, so December and January. And each project is around €2,000 per person. So here are some companies, for example, who supported us. Yeah, so thank you so much. There is also a video, if we can turn it on. I don't know if there is a technician. Okay. Yeah, then I can finish here. So you can just subscribe on repower.ngo, and we are super active in Instagram, showing all our work. Thank you.
Thank you, Daria, for your amazing job and for special attention to mental health. It's really very important. And now, finally, let's move to Victoria Germanchuk. Victoria is our student who does a lot to popularize the topic of the European Union among Ukrainian students. Victoria, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for being here, and for every guest who are still motivated to know something about Sweden, Nordic countries, and in general about the topic of why we are gathered here today. So I want to show you our work of our team and how we, So I want to start with our examples of how we conduct different projects and how we participate in different projects within Nordic countries and Nordic sponsors or just partners. And here is our project when we collaborated within the Values Project in Copenhagen. We had an amazing summer school in Roskilde University this August, and we take experience of knowing more about Euroscepticism and populism among Europe, and it was a pleasure for us to have some lectures from Danish faculty of Roskilde universities, and we were really meaningfully inspired what to do in Ukraine with populism, with propaganda, with different ongoing trends of different ideas that our people know about Europe, and how values must be defended every day, and how we as students, as youth, could do these small actions and small steps to encourage young people and generally people in Ukraine to know more about Europe, to know the truth and what actions each country could do to us, to the youth, and to our society. Also want to share our last cooperation with Democracy in Europe organization. We managed to find these guys in this summer school, and I suppose Ukrainians are really good in networking. So just after one project, we received one more cooperation with this D organization. And now, while having some actions and projects in our KCEU club, student organization, we can maintain different modeling and simulation games of European Parliament, European Union, by the materials of this organization, because they are so active in Denmark, conducting real politics, real games for European students and for Danish students. So now we are happy to be a part of this society and to be a part of this encouraging young people to take real actions and to try this lobbying process, how each regulation could be done, how to share the budget within European Parliament. It is not an easy one. So we are making some practical steps to encourage students to know more from their practical perspective. And of course, I want to share shortly about creating the EU Club. So we are a really young organization, and we exist approximately 4 or 5 months. But one of our biggest projects for this time, it was KC EU Week. It was 1 week of European values, European vibes, I can say, in our universities. And 6 days, 6 events were held in these walls. We started from the panel discussion with president of KC Institute, with the Prorector of International Affairs in our universities, and of course our rector. And we discussed what actually to do in Ukraine with European values, and what are the key challenges we're facing now, and why, for example, it is really important to speak about Europe, to speak about European values, but not just to encourage people, like to show that we need European values, we need to be a part of EU, but think critically what pros and cons this organization could be in Ukraine. Then we had debates, we had modeling as well. We've managed quests, and 70 students were running in our club and taking some tasks to achieve some presence. And we've ended the week with online lecture from our faculty that is now currently staying in Latvia, and he managed to talk about Russian propaganda and how some different media can be influenced in Ukraine. But what I want to specify here on this panel, that this week was held with a partnership of Swedish Center, and we're really happy that we have such partners who encourage us to make more and who managed to help us to have this event even better, with different presents, with different stuff. So our participants were really glad to be a part of this event, because of feeling that it is like not some student event, but it's something really formal, really modern, and up to date. But what I want to specify about the club, so our mission is to raise awareness about EU, because all we know that there are lots of difficulties that Ukraine could face if being a part of EU, and of course, a lot of people should know what Ukraine actually could give to the EU, because it's also like different scenarios of what people are now talking about. And today I am just coming back from the European Union, European Student Union. We held a meeting of board meeting in Vienna, and there were 44 countries included, so it's even more than 27 of EU. And it was a pleasure to speak with different student representatives of their countries. Of course, with Sweden, Denmark, even with Faroe Islands. And I want to say and to share these emotions and then these opinions of these students, because this year Ukraine was in this European Union really like motivated because we had the reassessment. So now the representatives of Ukraine show the 5-year activities, what we were doing in Ukraine. We've reassessed successfully, so now we will be in this European Union for more 7 years. So we can like congratulate our Ukrainian students that now we're continue being a part of the society. So what is like important to mention that we were sharing our cultural background and what we are doing here in Ukraine for these last 5 years, while COVID, while full-scale invasion, and we were sharing how many higher educational institutions were damaged, how a lot of students were relocated, a lot of universities as well were relocated. And it's kind of difficult to understand for the Europeans how to be active students in such situation, how to stay like motivated to do anything, how to be like okay to go to Europe to present Ukraine and feeling like okay in the European society, because we're living in just another reality. And our mission was to show for the Europeans, for the Nordic countries, for these 44 members, what is going on in Ukraine now, what students face every day. And it was really important to hear that they were really motivated and encouraged to do some stuff in their countries. So now they are also coming back to each of countries they were before. And they said that they will do even more. They will stop, I don't know, crying that some funds are not received or some grant programs are really difficult to mention, because they understand that their problems, it's not as the same level as we have. And it's really important for us to show that being a student is a unique opportunity, and each student, even in Faroe Islands, can do something to support Ukraine. And it's important because before the event, the biggest threat for Faroe Islands, it was heat and like this heating process of Faroe Islands. So this like it was the biggest threat for them. But after the event, they realized that Russia is as well their threat for us, because Finland, Sweden, students at the first day as well said that Russia is the biggest threat for them. But then more countries realized that there are a lot of like challenges, not just, for example, some far-right parties that are a threat for them, but now they realize from our words, from our perspective, what difficulties they could also see if we stop doing the stuff that we're doing. So I really want to say thank you to all of you, because your work, your presence here, it's not just words. It's not just this phrase, we support Ukraine, we stand with Ukraine. You're actually standing here. You're actually being here. And it's one of the most important things for us. It's really valuable for us. So thank you very much for your work. And yes, thank you.
And thank you very much for you, Vika, for your leadership and proactive position and advocacy. We have very strong advocacy activities. So we don't have much time left, but I would not like to miss the opportunity and to ask you at least one question. And I prepared, actually I prepared lots of questions to you. But my first question will be to our Nordic partners, to Ellen, Yelena, to Julia, and to Tilde. From the experience of your countries, how can civic grassroots initiative positively influence the states and societies and bring about key changes? Or how they can create divisions and have a negative impact on society?
Should I start?
Yeah, of course.
So basically, from my experience, both from the Swedish and Ukrainian side, civic and grassroots initiative, they drive change. And they do it in a more, I would say, they have a faster agility. They do it more effectively sometimes because they have shorter routes to action. So my experience with that is basically that. And also, what I want to say is that basically when it comes to, when we're talking about the changes that we can do on the ground, we can add value. It's a very important thing. We can add value to already existing structures. Of course, we're interested in having both transformational and transactional type of collaborations. But when we have that as an NGO, we can, I would say, these four following important parts. We can assess community risks, like we can assess community risk. Displacement issues is another part, because we're on the ground, we can see those things. Another thing is that we can probably evaluate some contractor risks. If there would be companies, businesses who want to work, we can be an easy way into that arena. And then the last one, like I said, to add value, because not only that we are working in a humanitarian way and we're actually helping the civilians on the ground, but also there's countable examples where both like a private-public partnerships have led to real change. So, and the last question that you said, how can we, on the negative part, I would say it's three parts mainly. The negative could be that we are wearing out volunteers. It's unpaid labor that's happening in a lot of NGOs. The resources are finishing. The second is fragmentation. And then I mean that we're working double. Sometimes we don't have the right structures that we need. Then we basically we're doing things a bit double. That is like, yeah, kind of what I think it is. And then the last, that is actually very, very important, that I wish would be said and not only thought, that is the corruption angle. And the corruption is large and it's huge. We need to talk about it. And yeah, we need structures, transparency structures for that to beat that part. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And good coordination, it seems like that. Thank you. Yuli, Tilde?
All right, I'll pass you the mic afterwards. Okay, I would say like civic society and grassroots, they kind of fill in the holes of the needs that the public sector and the state cannot, right? That's also what we see here, actually excellent examples, all of you. The very important work, you know, where there are lacks, you know, people will step up and cover those needs. And the good thing about having a diverse civil society, even like it doesn't matter if it's like emergency, you know, humanitarian evacuations from the front line, or it's EU debate in the universities. All these like they help building a stronger community because they represent different issues. And when there are people with some fire in them who take on these topics and bring them forward and start working for them and keep that conversation alive, then you have a much more diverse community as such, so that it's not only decided by the politicians and the government what is going to happen in your society. Very important, but of course that's also where the freedom of expression is very important, and the freedom to take on those different issues, even though they might be pointing in very different directions. On that note, I would also say that I think, in addition to what was just mentioned, I think that the challenge with the grassroots is that, of course, they represent different interests, and that those interests can be quite local, and those interests might conflict with other interests. So that can also cause some polarizations, because there will be grassroots movements in one direction, and then you will have someone that go in another direction, and maybe that does not really reflect the overall national interest or international interest. And one could say that especially at times of war, we see now with the political environment across Europe and the supporting countries to Ukraine, you know, now there's kind of some cracks showing up, because then people are saying, we understand that there is war in Ukraine, but hey, what about my local school? You know, I have this grassroots organization working for my local issue. So that is where there is a potential conflict. But I would also say that I think the only way to address that issue is still by having like a very active civil society, because all those voices need to be expressed. We cannot say, don't talk about your local school. That's also important. We have to acknowledge that. But we need to also think about the bigger picture. So that there's a need for like an open dialogue there.
I would probably say that I agree with both. If I were to start with the negative of volunteering, from my perspective, one good example is the medical equipment delivered to Ukraine by volunteers. A lot of people have the best intentions, the very best intentions, but they deliver something that isn't needed, isn't working, isn't complete. If a medic asks you for an ultrasound, that medic has a very specific piece of machinery in mind. And very often that is not the piece of machinery that arrives. And again, there's no ill intention. It's just lack of coordination, lack of knowledge, and lack of money, because a lot of volunteer organizations, they work really, really hard for the money that they actually raise. And that money can only take them so far. It's the same with cars, for example. I'm willing to say that Ukraine probably has all of the car models and versions that ever was produced of the L200, for example, and the Hilux. And the lack of standardization, it's a big problem for the units, because it makes it very expensive to repair cars, to maintain cars. Mechanics need to be the expert on about 300 different models. But the positive, of course, is the driving of change, as you both mentioned in different ways. I think change is something that we can create for ourselves. We don't have to wait for someone to create it for us. We don't have to wait for some slow government decision somewhere in order to provide something. We can put pressure, we can question things. All of these things are very important, and it is what drives the Ukrainian army. It makes me really, really angry when I hear politicians not even mention the volunteer work, where Ukrainian volunteers have worked their absolute asses off for more than 10 years now. And it's a huge, huge, huge reason why Ukraine is still functioning. It is just the truth. I think as a motivator, as an engine, and as a whip when it's needed, these type of initiatives are extremely important. And you should really find your local volunteer and support them in some way. They probably need it.
Thank you. Okay, and I also have a question to Daria and Victoria. You do really great job, and you run very interesting and very impactful project, but what are the key challenges you have encountered when building international partnership, and how did you overcome them?
Okay, I can start. For me, I suppose during this international experience and conducting a lot of different sessions with different foreign students from all over the world, now I have like two main key challenges. The first one is distance, and distance from Russia. And second one, it's difference in culture. And for me, as a student representative of Ukraine, it's really important to shorten this distance in culture by finding something common in each country, how we can communicate, what similar foods interests we have, what embroidery stuff we can be really similar. And it's also really working because person, after small communication, small dialogue, understand that Ukraine is not far away, it's not something different, it's not something Slavic, not non-understandable for example, Swedish students, but they realize that it's something ordinary, something interesting, and making so a lot of stuff. And for me, it's really important to shorten this distance, to shorten this difference, because this student, for example, could go to their universities, to their local unions, and share some information that that guys are really similar to us. And the second one, it's distance for Russia, because, for example, for me, it's really easier to communicate with Finland, with Estonia, with Sweden as well. But to understand what difficulties facing in Denmark, in other countries that are not having this border with Russia, it's always challenging because people are living without this threat, without this feeling that it's something close. And for me, it's really important to show that this threat is also close to them, because this is Europe, this is whole institution, whole union, and they are facing common challenges now. And they are not just living in this small bubble. And if, for example, other countries fail, they will be next. And showing this reality, because while students just don't look at the news, they don't know what is going on, it's okay not to scroll news about Ukraine up to date, but to know the realistic information once in a time, to understand what is going actually, it's important. And it's our mission as well to show that the war is going on for 4,336 days for now. And it's really huge amount of days, somebody struggling for your better future, for being safe in your house. So for me, it's really the most big difficulties to face in conversations. But as I said before, Ukrainians are really great in networking, and KC student as well. So I was really taught by our president for having these small talks while speaking with somebody. So I suppose we're doing well, because after last event, this board meeting, every representative for 44 countries, they went to their countries and they know what is borscht, how to say budimohei, what is embroidery and what it means, and what colors on our flag symbolize. And for me, it's really a small decision, but I suppose that they will know better our culture from now. Thank you.
Great job.
I will share about challenges from 3 different perspectives, but I will be quick. So on strategic level, we thought from the very beginning that, okay, we work with military, but it is about psychological aspects. That's why we would be able to receive some grants. But so far, we didn't manage to receive those grants, because as far as we say that this is active military personnel, then that's it. All the grants are closed for us. the only thing which was like a huge exclusion from all the possible scenarios was really this official cooperation with Swedish government. So this is a huge, huge success from all 3 years that we operate. From more operational level, the thing is that, again, it's about active military personnel. So, for example, if we choose, if we just buy tickets for a flight, they ask us for the list of people around 4 weeks before we go. However, even 1 week, even like today, we received cancellation of one of participant because of something. So it's always changing information, and then we can receive some extra fees for changing names, for changing people. And this is also something that we cannot plan as a normal thing so much time in advance, because everything can change every minute. And not from strategical level, not from operational level, but from the perspective of just a human being, the most difficult challenge is that those people go back to frontline and we lose those people, because they not only get injured, they also die, and we lost 10 people. And since we are very, very close to participants during those 10 days trips, it's really difficult for all the team. And once, for example, we just, like, our main project manager didn't manage to take part in this in next project, because she understood that she received news that one of the very close friends of her, the one who was our participant, he died. And so this is the thing, the challenge, how to preserve our own mental well-being of our team when we are inside of all of these mental issues, and when we try to save those who save others, how to save yourself.
Yeah, that's hard. Thank you. Our time has come to end, and I would like to say thank you again for this conversation. I think it was very fruitful conversation, and I hope that in future we will have an opportunity to meet one more time and maybe discuss other topics. Thank you.